What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up? What's up, fellas? What up to the Shark Tank? What's up, fellas? Oh yeah, I see a lot of them sharks out there tonight. I see a whole bunch of them sharks out there tonight. Y'all know the deal, fellas. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Keep them on their toes. Shout out to our main man, self-made Kennels. Yo, AJ, what up, fam? Yo, JD, I see you, fam. With you. Yo, with you. What up, fam? My main man, Rockets in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Benny. Yo, Benny. What up, fam? Kalingo, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man T-Mac in the house, what's up, fam? Shout out to my man 614 in the house representing, what up, fam? Yo, Benny, what up, fam? My man Crockett in the house, what up, fam? Yo, James Griffin, I see you, fam. My man ODG Bulldogs in the house representing, what up, fam? Shout out to my man Dreadlock in the house, what up, fam? My people, SBO Kennels in the house representing, what up, fam? Shout out to my man William Torres in the house. What's up, fam? My man Double M Despo. What up, fam? Shout out to my man Mr. David Morris in the Shark Tank representing tonight. What's up, fam? My man, World's Kennels Combine in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my mans in them. CD Boy Kennels representing, what up, fam? My man, Samurai Kennels, Williams old Yellow Dogs in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my main man, Big Scratch TVG in the house. What's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Big Scratch, as you know, you done come up in here, man. You see all this blue, fam. Look, this blue don't cost you nothing, man. Gotta do two things. One of them things is you gotta show up. You done did that already, fam. Next thing is you gotta participate in the chat. When I mean by participation, that is, you know what I'm saying, you swimming amongst a bunch of sharks in here. We call this a shark tank. I like to see how you check your knowledge. Let me see how you want to participate, bring some knowledge to the table. Fam, that's all you gotta do, and you will be getting that hardware, fam. Appreciate you coming to the show. Big shout out to my man Big Scratch in the house. Shout out to my homeboy in the house, my man Rat City in the house. What's up, fam? My man's in them, Soul Power, aka Gamed Up Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, K-Walk, what up, fam? monsters in the house, what's up, fam? Yo, bundle views in the house, what's up, fam? My man, Bat Farm Ray in the Shark Tank tonight, what up, fam? Yo, Bo in there. Yo, Bo in there. I see you, fam. My man, Mr. Ron King in the Shark Tank, what up, fam? My man's in there, talk of the city, Kennels in the house, what up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Lloyd Taylor's in the house. What up, fam? All right, fellas, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. I got 50-something people in here, and I see all this damn blue up in here, and I only see 26 lights on the screen. Come on, Sharks, do what you're supposed to be doing. It's Tuesday night, up and talk shit Tuesday. Don't get me started, don't get me started. Shout out to my man, Mr. William McNeil up in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Prentice Carr. I see you, fam. My man, Dreadlord. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody stepping out here on this Tuesday night. Talk shit Tuesday. Now y'all know how we do this poll. Don't forget to participate in the poll. You know, as I always say, there's always something behind the poll. Sometimes you want to know the audience you're talking to. You know, YouTube gives you a basic idea. But I want to know what my audience looks like in the Shark Tank. We can only talk about our past. We can take you all the way back to the early 80s, all the way up to 2008. That's where our past starts right there. So there's a lot we missing from now, 2023 to 2008. There's a big ass gap. But I knew back in 2008, hell was fixing to come break loose. So there was no way in the hell that shit was gonna keep going on the way it was going on. Y'all know what that New Jack era was like? Coming out of the 80s, we was in full gear when it come into them 90s, boys. Shit was hot. I'm just gonna tell you like it is. Shout out to my man, Gunner Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Brad P, what up, fam? My man, Mayhem Kennels in the house representing what's up, fam? Appreciate the love, fellas. Appreciate the love. Appreciate y'all keeping up on them like buttons. Shark Tank, y'all know how we look at them like buttons. Trying to make it a habit. Hitting them like buttons, trying to make it a habit. And you know what they say about habits? Sometimes habits is hard to break, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get y'all in the habit of getting around here, hitting these like buttons so they don't have to tell us to hit these like buttons when we step off in other people's room, because one damn thing for sure. When I go out and I see these sharks in other rooms, I want us to all go on the same impression. You ain't got to tell us to hit the like button, because we coming in hitting buttons. We're going to be telling other people, step up on their JOB and hit that damn like button. What you in here for? How you going to walk into a man's house and no motherfucker say hello? You don't do that. Total disrespect. We bulldogging over here. We bulldogging. This is why we carry the name, the Shark Tank. Tank full of nothing but bull sharks. And then they got bite, baby. They got bite. Watch yourself. Be careful. Big shout out to my main man in the house. My man, Mr. Paris Jackson's in the house. What's up? Bam! Yeah, fellas, y'all know how we do this. Don't forget, for those who don't know, and I'm pretty sure I see all this blue, so you guys probably pretty much already know. Y'all know, I'm gonna just say it because, part of the thing, don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. For all the new viewers out there, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe. If you have any questions, you want to get recognized, or you just want to just show your appreciation. We got that super chat, we got some super stickers out there. You'll notice running across the screen, we have our Cash App information. Anything that you do to want to help support the channel will always be appreciated. We don't give a damn if it's 99 cents. We gonna appreciate it all, so show the love, show the love. Now, tonight's show don't have nothing against my people that's too young. I'm gonna just put it like this. For my people that's too young to remember that, the good thing about it, you got a whole lot of old heads up in here who do know. And if you want to get a whole lot of that perfect information to see what made the game so different in that time period, all you got to do is go back, check out the videos, or pay close attention to what we're going to be talking about tonight. Because there was a whole lot of shit that went on in that time period that me personally, I felt like, was the hottest and the most funnest part that I ever had my whole entire life in the dog game around that time period. Remember, that's where we got a chance to get around and do a whole lot of different things. There's a whole lot of people out here that know that based on the poll. And I can see my yes and my no's. These are people that I would think would know what I'm talking about. And y'all know what that time period consisted of. Y'all feel what I'm saying? Y'all know what that time period consisted of. That's why it's important to see, let me see what the Shark Tank thinking about. You know what I mean? Where we at with these yes and no's? Because one damn thing for sure, when we got off into the 2000s, that was the beginning of all the bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Something made them people want to come and start messing with our dogs. Something made them want to start come messing with these damn dogs. We wasn't bothering nobody. We wasn't bothering nobody. But something changed the game. We're gonna talk about it tonight. Shark Tank, I'm gonna need y'all help. I don't want them to hear just from my point of view. Tonight ain't about just us. It's about the ones who lived it, the ones who know the story, the ones that played the game and know the real deal. Tonight you're gonna hear it come from the horse's mouth. Y'all don't forget to tighten up on them likes. Don't forget to tighten up on them likes. Again, for all my new viewers, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button in case you already haven't. You know what I'm saying? Big shout out to my man Wild Mongoose Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, my pizza man, Hunter in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? Shout out to my man in the house tonight, my man, Mr. Tony Thomas in the Shark Tank. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, long time support, Frederick Hot in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Arrowhead Kennels. What's up, fam? Yo, old Smokes in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Vernon Dasher's in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate you fellas tightening up on that like button. Appreciate that, fellas. Appreciate that, sharks. Tonight we're gonna try to keep it nice, clean, and truthful. You know what I'm saying? Remember, the truth will set you free. Yeah, appreciate everybody who's coming out, showing up on this Talk Shit Tuesday. Now I know that there's a lot of them sharks in here based on, I'm always checking the chat, so I got a kind of a good idea of where my age group is. And it's the ones that's out there that I'll be looking at to step up, because this is one of them nights that I'll be looking for the Shark Tank to step up and represent. Because in order to understand what we're talking about tonight, to get the full complex and understanding of what we're talking about, you really had to actually be there and live it and know what that time period in life consisted of. We always take you down that, that history lane, that memory lane, starting from the 80s and working our way up. You see, we done worked our way all the way up from the 80s to the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Because it's around that time period that the city boys start falling into play. You understand where I'm coming from. When I say the city boys, you know, I'm talking about the inner city start coming in, showing their ass. Yes, sir. And I'm talking about the big city boys, baby. I'm talking about the big city boys. Y'all know where we going with this tonight. Stand up and recognize. What's up, my main man, Mr. Brian in the house? What's up, fam? Lloyd Taylor, I feel you, fam. You know what I'm talking about, man. That's the boy. Look. Shit was wild, fam. Shit was wild. Y'all know what I'm saying. This is a journey through history. That's it. Talk to him, Prentice Carr. Talk to him. That's what I'm saying, Shark Tank. Get him to understand. We ain't got nothing against nobody who didn't understand, you know, who didn't live in that time period. I mean, this ain't about all that, you know what I mean? For those from the 90s going up to the 2000s, trust me, it was a whole new different ball game. Remember, I was out there in 2008. From that time period up, things just got a lot more crazy. Shit just got, you know, all kind of crazy shit started happening. Again, I want to appreciate the love, everybody showing up tonight. And again, don't forget to hit that damn like button. Shout out to my man Bulldog Jones in the house. What's up, fam? To my man Jermaine Hunter out there, Jermaine, could you do me a favor, sir, and throw that disclaimer up before we get this thing started? I need to get them the chance to understand this disclaimer is clearly for entertainment and historical purposes only. Don't get it twisted. Shout out to my homeboy representing in the house, the Rubber City in the his house. What's up, fam? For all the new viewers and everybody out there watching the show, while you're out there watching, don't forget to just step in there and take that poll. Go ahead, participate and take that poll. Let me see where your mind at. Don't hurt you nothing, don't cost you nothing. Just want to know where your mind at. Big shout out to my man Frank FRATERNITY in the house. What's up, bam? Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget about that. Super chat. Super stickers, all of it's gonna be appreciated. One damn thing for sure. We gonna be talking about some bullshit tonight. Shout out to my main man, Nebraska boy Kennels in the house. Big shout out to them, the provocative bully up in the Shark Tank. What up, bam? up, fellas? What's up? What's up? What is up? What is up? Welcome everybody for showing up tonight. Talk Shit Tuesday. Appreciate the love. Appreciate everybody coming out. First thing I want to do is show my appreciation. Big shout out to the Sharks. They step up, come in, get up on them like buttons, and I'm always checking. I know sometimes we're a little bit slow with it, but again, I've been noticing how the likes have gone up, and I'm pretty sure that has to do a lot goes on while we're doing the show, and I appreciate that, fellas, because again, it's following the trend, and it has actually started getting better, which means, we get replies and people coming into the comments, and again, they talk about that Shark Tank, you know what I'm saying? And that's the people out there, because again, a lot of information for all the viewers who just sit back and just watch the show. And I always tell you, you're gonna find a whole lot of information inside our chat. There's a lot of good information inside that chat. Get some of them pedigrees as we talking inside of that chat, because most of the time, sometimes we can't get them all up there. But a lot of them pedigrees show a lot of things that we don't get a chance to talk about, but you get a chance to see it, and you never know. You might see something out there that you might like and you want to have on your yard. You have to take advantage of all the things that goes on in that Shark Tank. Not just there for people to come in and just start talking and and not trying to help other people. There's a lot of people out there in that Shark Tank that's willing to help you and will address a whole lot of issues you might have. Unless you're a part of the Shark Tank, at least you can have a little bit of knowledge that might help you get to where you're trying to go. So I'm always giving a big shout out to the Shark Tank and all my new viewers who come in, just sit back and just watch. Thanks for replying and hitting us in them on the back street with them phone calls, them emails, and showing your appreciation. And that's always a must, because we're always going to try to make this show better and make it at least worthy of you to keep coming back, watching and see what's going on. I've been watching the poll, and y'all know this poll all the time. When we do this poll is always going to be based on something we're trying to get a temperature reading on. And when we talk about a lot of things, when it comes to these dogs, sometimes you don't know who knows what's actually going on, because we talk so much of the past, but we're true believers in order to move forward, you got to kind of understand where you came from. See, there was a time period for us when we first started in this back in the early 80s, man. You got to understand, we was dealing with 60s and the 70s. Think about that. 62 years old. So coming in as a young buck, look at the people you're dealing with, 60s and the 70s. So this is why you hear us talk about the James Edwards and the Kimsey Woods and all the old school fellas, because they were still around, they were still living. They were, Atlas Brewer, he hadn't even became mayor yet. Cheryl Powell. I mean, these are older guys that was older than me, way older than me. Old men was running long, hard, and strong. These bulldogs. But I had a chance to actually live in the era that they was just writing these books. They was just beginning to put these books out there. I think it was one of them. I think that was Crenshaw wrote a book, and I think probably how many ever books he had wrote. The book that he had signed for us, he usually numbered the books. It was like book 83. But we was one of the first, out of the first 100 to actually get a book. And actually, we didn't even pay for the book. He sent the book. So I thought that was a plus. don't know if it came through Dr. Kimsey Woods or somebody that we knew out there, and they felt it necessary to make sure we got a book from him and have it signed. And great pleasure to even notice that, hey, somebody was out there looking out for us. You know what I'm saying? Because the knowledge at that point in time, we didn't have all this. But as we got things started moving forward and we started bringing up coming into the 90s, now you got to understand that 90 time period. This is why I call it the New Jack era. Because coming into the 90s, you got to understand we was coming out the late 80s, and think about the time period. Some of y'all might be too young to understand that, but see, back in the late 80s, I was still a young man. I think I was just getting out of the core of 89, went in 79, so almost 10 years. Think about that. 10 years of my life, from the age of 17 to the age of 10 years later, 27 years old. That's still young for me. I was still doing young shit. As I'm getting older, going into the 90s, looking how the 80s was, it was a whole new ball game. I mean, everything, things was a whole lot different. Leaving Carolina, and I love Carolina, because then Carolina was set, it's still country, but coming from where we came from, we come from a city. So being stationed right there in Jacksonville, stationed right there in Camp Lejeune in Jacksonville, you get out there into the city part of it. Now, anybody who familiar with Camp Lejeune, there's Jacksonville, North Carolina. So you got to look at that like it's Orlando with a Disney World in it. Anybody who lives close to a military base, any city that's close to a military base, gonna always have a bunch of military people in it. Generally, when you got a bunch of military people from all over the place running around everywhere, it's just a different type of inner city situation going on. Everybody on a come up, everybody trying to get some of the military people's money. They know when we got paid, so the life was just a little bit different. So I used to venture out away from Jacksonville, and take my adventures to like the colleges, Carolina State, North Carolina Central, up there in Durham, Chapel Hill, Duke, Winston-Salem, ECU. We used to hit all the frat parties and just run around. But see, that was more like of a college type of living, having fun as a young person. And then I used to hang out in Kinston. That's where his mother's first wife. And it was really more like calm down part of living. It was country at Snow Hill, Greenville, Greensboro, all that right there in our Winter Haven. No, not. But Snow Hill. Yeah, Snow Hill. Little towns that you could just run around. And all my boys had dogs up. All these fellas, they had their dogs. So it was more like you had a cookout every Saturday and Sunday. Everybody always got together to meet up somewhere. Got our little dog, cookouts, and sit back and drink and talk shit and how that shit was. That's living. But back in '89, I think, when I left and went back toward Akron, is when things was just getting into gear. So that means I'm leaving the country life and I'm falling back into city life. Falling back to city life with dogs. Think about it. Look at the things that started happening in the late 80s that carried over into the 90s. Because by 93, everything was pretty much in full swing coming out of that. It had really took hold. We had a pretty big run. through the 90s. Guarantee you, when I say we had a pretty big run, think about the time period in life. You know what I mean? Everything hot, everything. So look at that time period, and I just think about how everything was just fast. Remember, we got around. We didn't just hang out in Akron. Akron Run, we wound up in doing a whole lot of other things. Concerts at the time, had our stores and stuff run, dogs, traveling. We meet our New York people, our Detroit people, our Maryland people, our Virginia people. Shout out to my Virginia peeps up there in Virginia and West Virginia, Richmond, all that down through there. South Carolina peeps, Georgia, coming back around, swinging on through Evergreen, Alabama. You know, shout out to my peeps over in Alabama. When coming back through up through Texas. Shout out to my granny down through there. You know, we just got around. And remember, these dogs did that for us. You know, having a chance to not just sit home, but go out and meet other people, get different aspect of what was going on in the American Pit Bull Terrier world. Let me tell you something. It was a lot going on, and it was amazing about how many great dogs that we wind up seeing with our own eyes. Don't let me forget about my boys out in that Chicago, Illinois area. Don't forget them at all. My West Memphis, Arkansas people, my people up in Memphis, Tennessee, my people down through there. Yes, used to hang out all through there. My mother moved down to West Memphis. We used to cross the bridge all the time over into Memphis, had a damn ball. You know, these are things that I can sit here and tell you as fact because I lived that type of life. I don't tell you nothing about what I heard. I'm gonna tell you what we did. See, me and my brother, we was always up to having some fun, and we had our business. But in the process of taking care of our business, we used to always make it a point to get around fun. So we got a chance to see a lot of things and a lot of people. Means we've seen a lot of great dogs and dog men. Now, tell me, I'm gonna tell you now. There was a difference from going from Carolina to Ohio, seeing all my brothers, you know, my brothers that had dogs. Remember, they was the ones that took and put us on track, Akron. But because of them and putting us on track and our ability to get a lot of that knowledge and be able to travel to see a lot of things, I got a chance of the brothers. And it was amazing, fellas. I'm trying to tell you now, a lot of these people were brothers. Right there, inner cities, when they had great dogs making great breed. Believe it or not, and this is like a little inside story. Same way that we told you how we got our hands on them. Remember, we didn't have to pay for them dogs down because of the sheriff, and they knew the sheriff well. We was the new guys, so maybe they disrespected us because we was Marines. But gotta understand, remember there was a whole lot of them brothers around through there. And you heard if anybody wanted to kind of get an understanding, because Harry Hargrove, my boy T. Wade, he was part of that Carolina crew down through there. And you got to hear his interview, you know, when we had him on. And he would, you know, kind of give you the kind of what that was kind of like for brothers back. And you got to still remember, a lot of the dogs that them brothers was getting, it was getting through Cheryl Powell. You know? Remember, it was Cheryl Powell, he was the plug. Because them brothers wasn't going down through there picking up dogs. They were giving them brothers them dogs. When they was selling them dogs all through the journal and stuff, they was not selling them in them local areas at all. Remember, they was selling dogs, puppies for $300-$500. them brothers in them areas, they could not get them. Shocking at Paul. Oh, he could get in there and he could get them dogs and get these boys, put all them dogs that he wanted to keep his hands on, put them in other people's yards. Because he was basically the man down there. So he was basically running the farm, and he was actually raising them dogs and sending them up to Pennsylvania. I think Mo will be able to tell you that story. Some of y'all done heard it already. That's how a lot of those dogs wound up in PA. What Paul was doing. Because he had access to a lot of great dogs on people's yard. But then when you get outside and you look at, like, we had a bunch of them kingfish dogs. Remember, in Akron, there was a whole lot of kingfish dogs. I understand why there was a whole lot of kingfish. Because brothers was in that area, they were being able to hook up. Because, Akron still, it's not like a big city. Not like Cleveland. It ain't like Cincinnati. Remember, Cleveland's our next door neighbor. So, Cleveland and Akron, they was always clashing heads because Cleveland and Akron they don't get along, put it like that. So we was always trying to get up there in Cleveland, and, that was like our rivalry. Beat down on them. But in the process of doing that, you got to look at the great dogs that was in them areas. So challenges wasn't just in our backyard. Kingfish dogs that we was getting, yeah, they was pure kingfish dogs simply because they had access to, right there in Toledo, to the person who actually was breeding them, who was actually letting them get out, and the brothers was getting their hands on it. Some of it worked and some of it didn't, but let me tell you how I feel about what work and what don't work. You can take a good dog and put it in the wrong person's hand and get a bullshit ass dog, or a dog that you would call bullshit. Because I seen a whole lot of that going on. Because also what was happening in the 90s, everybody wanted to get in there and play the game. Everybody and their mama was trying to get a bulldog and play the game. You're seeing a lot of good dogs wind up in the wrong people's hands. Ruined. Good dogs just ruined because they was in the wrong people's hands. So when you start looking at things, when you moving forward, and as we had this conversation, we never talk about the irrelevant shit that's not meant to talk about because it's irrelevant. But one thing that I can tell you, because I always was the one to be, sitting back, always handle the business side of things, and always was the one who kind of had my little funny way of how I judge people. Mo, he was always a free spoken one and jump in there, have his conversations and get in there, and he always knew the right questions. And me, I would always be the one to just sit back, be more like checking out the person. Always felt comfortable by just watching his back and watching who the hell he was dealing with, and I felt a certain way about a person. I let him know, hey, I don't like that person. Careful, that type of situation. So there was a lot of people that we were seeing getting these great dogs and just turn them into shit. Some of them wouldn't listen. And when I say don't listen, like there's a lot of guys that might be out here just not getting your hand on your very first bulldog, and you don't have nobody there to take you by the hand. See, this is one of the reasons why we started doing these videos, because we wanted to give people a way of taking you by the hand and tell you something that we had to be able to have somebody to face take us by the hand and look you up and down and see if you was worthy of even having a conversation. So when you look at this video, you don't have to be questioned like that, because we just gonna put it out there. We're gonna put it out there based on our experience and our know-how. Everything else you're gonna find right there in the Shark Tank, because not everybody's experience was like our experience. But if you lived in the time period and everybody who got these dogs, you know somebody like what I'm talking about. Hard head, got a good dog, don't want to listen, and boom, before you know it, you done mess a good dog up. It'll be hard headed. Seen a lot of good dogs ruined like that. So coming up through 80's, kind of got a chance to weed that type of situation out because basically by that time, in the 90's, we moving in different waters where everybody was dead serious about what they. Y'all know how the game works. When you're dead serious about what you're doing, kind of gonna question any and everybody that's coming around you. So your crews stay small, your business stay within your crew, and your group. Try not to step outside those lines and be thankful for the ones who let you into their immediate circle in the city. So you had that interaction going on. You really wasn't worried about what your boy was doing and how he was doing it. You was just basically worried about, hey, can I get some of them dogs? Even not, man, there was a whole lot of them boys up there making deals and willing and dealing when it came to these great dogs. That's why it seemed like everybody had them. You know what I mean? It seemed like everybody had them, and everybody was willing to put them to the test. You know, everybody seemed to know what they was doing with them. You know, and that's what made that game competitive. Because you had your ones who had good dogs that didn't know what to do. They kind of never really got out the backyard. When I say about the backyard, they never really got made it out of the city. Because you're gonna get your head if you really trying to figure out what you got. You're always gonna test it at home first. At home for us, it was too many good dog men at home. Where yeah, we would have our disagreements and we go into each other. Remember, only the best gonna survive out of them type of situations. Then when you got people in the city and we're all running in the same lanes, you know, get on each other's bandwagon, you know what I mean? And you go out that way and I go out that way, but wherever which way we go, we gonna take these good dogs with us because for us, it's a benefit. Don't just beat up on each other. Go beat up on somebody else shit and get paid. How we looked at it. Like almost another business. Because when we do it amongst ourselves at home and we got two good ones, we got a chance to see for free. Got a chance to pick up and see shit for free. It was a whole lot different compared to when you was calling up and saying, hey, do this. Check something right quick. I'll make sure I didn't super chats, no nothing through here. Talking. My man Black 84 up in the house. What's up, fam? That's just me giving a quick rundown and seeing what's going on in the chat. I want to make sure I don't miss nothing going on in case anybody had any questions. But y'all fellas know what I'm talking about as far as time period. So I'm just trying to basically set the scene for the time period. Because I noticed based on the poll, a lot of you fellas wasn't old enough. So I'm gonna set the look so you can get a somewhat of an idea talking about the 90's, what made the 90's so hot. So they were back in that time period coming out of the 80's into the be straight up with you. Street life was a whole lot different. Everybody was making money back. Everybody. Actually, life was good for everybody, not just in the street. Businesses, work. Hip hop was taking off. We were doing, believe it or not, we was doing a whole lot of shows, concerts. I put it like this: hip hop and the dogs, entertainment, and then drugs, all that sits in the urban world. I say that because not just in our city, but all the other cities. I've done concerts in Tennessee, Georgia, pretty much everywhere. Akron, Cleveland, Canada. These are places that we got a chance to not just dogs, but we actually in this actually go there and meet more. But in the 90s, it seemed like everybody was making money. Like everybody had money. I ain't talking about a little bit of, I'm talking about a lot of money. So wasn't nothing for money and dogs to go hand in hand. Didn't really see, a lot of illegal going on because really never got into what the person did, how they was money. Really get involved in that. I can tell you like this: people had money back in them time periods. Well, I say it really changed the game. I'm gonna just tell you this from in the late '80s. I was getting out of the service, and when I came back to Akron, and I went back to Carolina in the early '90s, they was James Edwards and Ernest. They was arguing with each other. I think somebody was over there selling their puppies now for $1,000. And them brothers was over there buying dogs. Now, this big ass deal going on because they was, I guess they had what it was Tom, wasn't it? Tom was selling dogs for $1,000. And they kind of got mad because now Tom taking that $1,000 and he selling it to them brothers. Now they people got upset, when I say they people got upset, I'm talking about they people got upset because they had evidently they had an agreement. They wasn't gonna do that. They were gonna keep us closed out. Like they had been doing all that whole time period. When I looked at it like that, and I think Tony Wade tell you the story. I mean, they had good dogs. So yeah, remember that a lot of them good dogs would do the Sure Pow though. When Tom started selling them damn dogs, their whole game down there changed for them then because now you got everybody. But Tom can do it, I can do it. Tom done brokered the deal already, so now things just took off from there. And all of them come along. All of them, they just jump right on that bandwagon because they didn't want to get left out on none of that money. How these brothers start getting these dogs for this? Don't let nobody fool you. Don't let nobody tell you that they was willing and give up. No, you got $750 stud fees. Something we used to get for $150, $200. Out of here, $750. I'm on $1,000, $1,500. Money changed the game. Yeah, money did change. Dogs was so got better. Yes, they did. That to me was just my little input from the business side of how that happened from a reality standpoint, from the inside looking on the inside, watching the change, watching the drama that came with it, not just where we stayed, but in different cities, different states, different people. We was all going through the same ride. So this is when I sit back and look at the poll and I see a lot of the guys who weren't old enough. I be really wanting them to understand why it's so important for y'all to understand the past so you can know which way and direction you're going in the future and understand why we've stressed so hard about maintaining preservation of the breed itself based on the quality of the dog. Remember, you can put two dogs together and get a damn dog. But where's the quality at? Where is the quality of the dog at? It never, not as far as I know, coming up in the 90s to the 2000s, the whole time we was doing dogs. Right? And my brother, he makes it good and clear. Everything that we was breeding on that had nothing to do with papers had a whole lot to do with what we see. We wasn't the only ones rolling like that. Preservation of the dogs, didn't just start with us. They had already been doing that prior to us. People in the past, the people that we talk about, some people, James Edwards and the Atlas Brewers and the David Tance and the David Adams and Mr. Crenshaw and Mr. Triplett, and I mean, they would bring them champions to champions. They weren't breeding papers, man. I'm telling you, they was really breeding dogs. When you learn like that, when you know, they didn't really want us wasn't teaching us paper. Remember, another brother taught us papers. So there was a whole lot of teaching going on. So once you get a better understanding of it, like what we're trying to get y'all to understand, papers secondary to understanding what you're breeding. Papers, man, look, you can take and have many litters off a dog that got good papers. I very seldom have I ever seen all 8 dogs come out of one litter and turned out to be the shit. I think that did happen one time in my lifetime. I think it came off of Tom Garner's yard. Who was it? At 8. Oh, about 4 or 5 of them came. Well, hell, about 4. You know, out of 8, 4 come out. Well, yeah, the Jeep litter. Art did it. Chinaman had it. I think Chinaman had a litter like that. I mean, but come on, that's 8 out of 4. I mean, 4 out of 8. Not every dog. I mean, you're lucky to get 2. Somehow you're lucky to even get 1. So keeping that thought in mind, you know, it ain't always about putting 2 dogs together. It's putting 2 of the best out of that situation together. We're gonna bring you that likeness. So look, I just opened up the show. I just want to give y'all a better idea of where we going with this shit tonight so we can get in, because this is where we're going to have the proof tape. You know what I mean? About this is what caused change. This, you know, the 90s was the beginning. This is why we call it the New Jack era, because for us it was a whole new ball game. If you know, y'all familiar with the New Jack area, New Jack City, rap, everything is taken off the streets. Things changed. Had been like that, you know, we had a good run in the process. But during that run, and because of that run, is that what caused the things that happen the way they want to happen? It's got to get where we at. I think that's where it started at. Me, being I lived through the 80s, I was part of the 90s, also at least a decade into the 2000s. Oh, you take it from here, because now we on proof shit. Ah! Always. You're not listening. Sit back, check me out. Yeah, man. Start doing that more often. Things. What's up, everybody? Tuesday. We're in 2 in the house. I guess I did. Seen that poll in the 80s and 90s. I can check. Didn't it? I guess back in. Microphone check 1, 1, 2. I'll go back. Anyway. Didn't know. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. It ain't doing something right here. Let's see. Like 1, 2, 3. Something. All right, y'all. Can y'all hear me clear? On point. Hey. I wanted to get all out of control. Shout out to my man Ben Brockton in the house for the super chat. He said 1976 was a switch to felony, and this was the end. Fight me. Loud mouth, F ass off. Well, 1976, the law became a felony. And that's when, you know, the old timers, talking about James Edwards and a couple of them, Jack Kelly, Hargrove, Tom, they all got busted. They all been busted, all fight. Oh, it didn't change shit. They was still selling dogs. Still doing dogs. So, you know, even though the law was out there, it didn't change. It had to change in the 70s. We wouldn't have never had the setup that was coming in the 80s. Because the 70s was definitely set up for the 80s because that's where all the great dogs was coming. Yalla, Bad Boy dogs, Boyle's dogs. All these dogs was the early dogs of the 80s. By the time Yellow started throwing off his offsprings and heading into them 90s, you know, to me, like the late 80s going into the 90s, like a new Jack era, where by now I'm back in Ohio, James Pope, realizing who these two guys was that, you know, I literally hung out with every Sunday. Atlas Brewer and James Edwards. Every chance that we had on Sundays, we would go out to their crib. Real nice guys, you know, and, you know, we always talked about the dogs and situations in the dogs, you know. You know, sometimes we would get in and go out to Mr. Triplett's yard, stop through there, seeing Harry Hargrove. You know, they never did. I never was taken to Tom's yard, but I went to Tom Ratliff's yard, and I went to Ed Perrin's yard. Me and Tony went there because Tony was pretty cool with it. You know, he had that Miss Rennie off of Renegade. So, you know, him and Wildside, pretty cool. You know, these guys were like, to me, you know, and learning the game, once I got back up into, you know, city and realized listening to them, the guys that I was around, you know, I didn't know they was all that in the dog game. And these dogs that I seen down there were some badass dogs. Well, we kind of knew based on the dogs that we had, like Judo Blood, Bruiser, you know, there was some good dogs. But when I got up into the city and these guys started teaching me and I started going to these different shows, I definitely seen a difference in the dogs coming. When I first literally said gameness was the key factor now. To have a durable dog, because the Boyle's dogs have set the trend. I think they set the trend of the killers, you know, because they was very rough. I think that's where the Boyle's dog became such a popular line because, you know, the 80s, late 80s, you know, when Boyle's dogs was really, you know, because, you know, the hood, you want to answer some questions, you go to the hood.
You know, that's what I learned about the city and the difference between the city and the country. See, in the country, they got a bunch of dogs. In the city, you got particular dogs. So they go through their dogs a whole lot different. Then the country sitting there preserving their yard, having 20, 60, 80, 100 dogs. City was not like that. They have 15 dogs. Some of them in the backyard, some of them in the basement. Some of them in rent out a house just for the dogs. It started accumulating, and the reason why it was accumulating because I think the golden rule had been fractured in the Carolinas. And when I say the Carolinas, I'm mainly talking about North Carolina because of the conversations that I was picking up from the guys when they was talking, and they were doing a lot of blaming on Tom. You know? And to me, if I can remember, I never noticed Tom really advertising like Wildside and them was advertising. Once I got into the journal, you know, I always seen Wildside. I never seen Atlas with an ad in the journal. I never seen James Edwards, you know, literally putting an ad in the journal. And if they did, it was a page, and you know, you wasn't expecting to see it every month. But I can definitely tell you, Bert Soros and War Eagle and they were like, and Wildside, they were like the main ones that really was pushing dogs. And came to the Mets thing, I didn't see none of those dogs that I was seeing, you know, as I got familiar with them. You know, I didn't see the Carolina dogs like I was seeing when I was in Carolina. Ones that I was seeing was these rough ass dogs that, you know, they was rougher than the Carolina dogs that I was seeing. Okay, I got a pen out my printer's card that says, let's set the stage. I'm missing some. Like 92, Grand Champion Joey, 94, Hardcore Doogie, 95, BB Red, 96, Mayday, 97, Stan the Man, 98, Grand Champion Buddy, 99, Gambler's Virgil, and 2009, Millie. That's a good one, man. Yeah, you put it in there. Yeah, that is the stage. Yeah, that is the stage, because Grand Champion Joey, that was around that time that I'm talking about, where we seen there was a little different coming up out of it up there in them cities compared to what I was seeing down there in the Carolinas. Not saying that there wasn't good dogs, because everybody had boxers, you know, when it comes to swinging with them. It was just, I was around and started getting around. I'm talking about the Abrahams, McNasty, all the way over there, you know, the Rochester Combine, Rio. I'm talking about all these guys, and one thing they all had in common, they was hooking up, they were doing their dogs, and these dogs were, you know, imagine jumping on a bandwagon and you're going to all these guys. Every time they go out, you get to their shows and you betting with them, because they always seem to win. These are kind of bandwagons that you know, getting through one door, they opened another door, and then this door here didn't have nothing to do with the door that I was doing over there on the East Coast. When I started going all up in the Buffalo area, you know, hanging out up in there with them, getting in, then working my way down through PA, you know, and picking up the Baltimore run. That put me in Virginia. These guys had dogs, and the city was chasing the money. And when I say they was chasing the money, the new thing was killers. You know, when the Bulldogs was out, I think the Bulldogs came up because I think there was the first wave of dogs that had a lot of ability with a great mouth. You know, and things was already set. McNasty and them, they was going into champions. They wasn't the only ones looking for champions, y'all. There was a whole slew of guys. I mean, the game had got hot by 92. You know, Joey went out there and went after Texas, you know, so, you know, 92, 93, Texas and Joey, you know, that was just the beginning. This was getting ready to turn into a lot of great dogs going in each other. You know, and it didn't get better, it got worse. 1999, there was a total of 1,976 matches reported in the journal for that year. 1,976 reported matches in 1999. By this time, the attack on the fraternity was just beginning. 1999, I guarantee you, when they busted Michael Vick and they looked at that 1999, 1,976 reported matches in this book. I can't do nothing about the book. Book is like a rapper going on there saying, I run a crack house, and you know, when I go in there, shit ain't right, I start murking people. I take their heads off. I bite their neck. You know, it's like him saying that. And they go and arrest him for what? Because he said that shit on a rap? Well, look, back then the journal was the same damn way. They had the journal. I'm pretty sure they had a subscription. And I'm pretty sure that when Michael Vick had got jammed up and they went in there and did their investigation and they started telling you about all Mike Vick's name of his kennel, the name of his dogs, you know, they was telling the whole story about it. They got it all from the journal. Well, the snitching ass cousin he wasn't no dog man. See, that's the thing about the snitching ass cousin. See, snitching ass cousin couldn't sit there and start ratting off names and shows and things like that. You know, the kennel name and the activity was clearly reported in the journal was only things that make news, but that's not what got Michael Vick popped. The fact that his nephew was willing to testify that those dogs was used for dog fighting. It had nothing to do with those books. Trust me. I keep telling y'all that. It's just like the rapper talking that shit and saying what he did and done this and done that. He has the same protection as we do with the journal. 1,976. And did the journal stop? No. Why did the journal stop? Because there was nobody there, you know, capable enough to control or run the journal. Can I be jammed up for dog fighting and then go to jail and try to continue something that you did very well because we depended on it so much that we tried to hold on to it, but it was unsustainable when it then fell into the wrong hands that don't need to be having it, because it's going to continue bringing heat under them circumstances.
Shout out to my man Frank Bob in the house with the super chat. He said the West Penn murder played a role with Vic.
Well, the West Penn murder thing was them dudes that lost that night and followed him home. they say was some Virginia boys that was in there, that was known to be with Vic. That was a big show that night. A lot of good dogs went that night. And ESPN won. It was for a pretty big piece of change. But then at the same time, y'all, what y'all don't be understanding is, to me, the way I see it, and I've been in those areas where those large sums of bets be. The guys don't be knowing when that referee is sitting up there with all that gulag money sitting up in there, because it's all in the pot right there. It ain't sitting in a dark alley, ain't sitting in a room, it's right there. So I think some people, especially the wrong people, assume that big old bag is going to be theirs if they can get it. Because these be some big pots, but it'd be a bunch of people in the pot. And by the time the match is over and everybody get the, how we do it, we all gather up, get the dogs squared away, then we all gather up and everybody get their thing. It's usually in an organized way where I know who's giving me what. Keeping up with who's giving me what. I ain't gonna let it overrun me. And then on top of that, Mike, he had a pretty good system about that. And we did it a lot when we put ours in other pots too. That was the name of the game. I mean, if they would have called what we was doing a combine, then I would have to call us a combine, because we weren't kennels together, but we went to and back I like your dog, when you sit down, I'm going with you. I'm gonna be there. I did that a lot with a lot of them, because I love seeing great dogs. I can tell you, I've seen some badass dogs, for real. I mean, even when they lose, let me tell you something. Got a dog that loses in 1 hour and 34. Got one that loses is in 1 hour and 15, 1 hour and 20, 1 hour and 30, depending on what kind of dog you're on. And what kind of match did you put up to this point, at this point in time? Cannot never put down a loser. I just don't understand how y'all, unless you don't respect the game. Because when you have real good dogs going into each other, it's going to be a bottom line. That's why we in there doing that, because we are here to get to the bottom line. If y'all can just picture, take your minds out the bullshit you ain't been listening to and hearing, and just put yourself in them corners. When you put yourself on a losing end, now you getting ready to pick up or he's getting ready to quit, but put yourself on the other end of that box with Zebo. And you've been there 1 hour and 34. You are doing good. Okay? You didn't do bad at all, son. It could have been Art. You went 1 hour and 34 with Art. It's a whole lot different than going 1 hour and 34 with Bobo down the street, who ain't got no mouth. Barely know how to condition. Everybody in the match, all they did is lay it around. You know what I mean? And gummed each other. Or growled at each other. It ain't like one of them. You're talking because you really don't survive that long. You won't go that long. But when you can put in 1 hour and 34, and I give it 1 hour 30 period to any dog, they're 2 good dogs. And you head off into them 2 and 3 hours, and then you got some that didn't win 5 hours. You gotta respect the loser. Put yourself in that corner. Stop being out on the outside the box and step in there and feel what it feels like to be the loser. It just shouldn't bother you. You lost to a good dog. You lasted an hour and 34. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand, man. You gotta respect the loser because there's gonna be a loser, especially when you're putting two great dogs together. It's gonna be some shit. This dog here, grand champion, depending on how he won his 5. You know, y'all first thing y'all start doing is grading the 5. Got a lot of nerve. You know, this is down a racetrack. You start looking and saying, well, who did he beat? Well, if you look at his times, if he didn't whoop a bunch of quick ones, then you better don't ask who he whooped. Worry about that time that he's taking to whoop their ass. That's going to tell you whether he's one to be worthy or you might get into a long one. Or you might go up in here and be looking to be getting ready to get your ass ate out. That's what you look at. Because some dogs can go in there and smash you, boom, put the right dog on and neutralize some of that shit, and we're going to take you. You might have, and eventually in the end, with your consistent bombardment, if you that kind of dog, you will stay consistent with the bombardment. It's just a matter of time on how much your opponent can withstand it. And if he can withstand it, can he stay there and at some point get his off? See, I've seen many matches of good dogs in there, and I call these good dogs going in there with a great dog and looking like a good dog. But I'm watching this great dog, it's gonna be a matter of time. That's all you keep saying, because the great dog is never letting the good dog get him. He there, he got the heart, he got the fight, the earn, you know, he got it. But that great dog is gonna continue to counter, continue to bombard, continue to just take it to the wall, because this is where the line is drawn. This is what it's all about. And those dogs got good, y'all. I'm telling you. No, I don't know if Jeep would have ever survived the 90s. Y'all can say what you want. Yellow, he went 2 hours a couple times and he didn't have no problem. You know what I'm saying? We were dealing with a different game. Game just came, you know, and then you better have some whole lot of ability. I'm talking about this is what headhunters was doing. Ajax, you know. I'm telling you, these was dogs and dog men. You know, these dudes was out here looking for the best. And, you know, it came to a showing that just based on the great dogs, where that list that the printer's car had. He put it, he said the right ones. Going back to the printer's car gave me. I know he said Joey, 92. He had the rundown. But just look at that. Joey, Dog of the Year, he took out a couple champions. That was a good one. That was 92. We ain't talking about 90 and 91. But Grand Champion Joey was 92, right? Didn't get 93, but he got 94 Hardcore Dookie. He was Dog of the Year. Keep in mind, he was Dog of the Year. And he hit his demise when he went into Flash. Rams Grand Champion Flash. No, it was a long one, though. It was a long one, 2 hours and 40 something. It was a long one. BB Red, you know, she was the beginning of a new era. She was the beginning of a new era, her and Banjo. You know, the Dead Serious connection. Coming there smashing up the game down there where they was. And they did. And they did a great job. But you keep digging down in them records and you'll start seeing, you know, even they had to lose, and how they was losing was the factor. Why? Because they was attracting the sharks. See, when, you know, the sharks never made it to BB or Banjo. But they, you know, the reputation and the dogs produced a line. And they had a lot of great dogs that came off those dogs behind them. Both of them made register and merit. If you was paying a little closer attention, that when the fast lane caught up with them. When the fast lane caught up with them, and now that, you know, now you got the sharks stalking, and you're gonna get these hookups, you know, there came a point that we realized in the game what kind of dog it took to whoop one of those dead serious dogs. That's what it was. Because they were solid bulldogs. And when I say solid, I ain't talking about no good old dog. I'm talking about great ones. You go put yourself in the corner as a loser going against Banjo. Am I gonna call you a bum because Banjo got you? Did you show you a good dog? Yes. I mean, come on. You think that they just went in there and just beat up sorry dogs or made them look like these was good dogs. They was just great dogs. And when you know what a great dog looked like, I'm telling you what they look like. Care what you put on them, they're gonna make your shit look bad. Even when you think you hanging with them, you can't never get ahead of them. You know you're in trouble after 15 minutes. And this is a good one. 15 minutes, you know you're going to be in trouble. 30 minutes, I'm looking for the people who are going to pay me. Because by the time I'm out and you got a good dog and you still there after an hour, and I called it 15:30, right? Because you was a good dog. But you ain't never caught up. It's just a matter of time. You're never going to catch up. You see what I'm saying? And that's what those kind of dogs would do. They don't care. I can get you in 30, I can get you in 45, I can get you in an hour and a half. But you're not going to make this great dog, great dog give up on you. Because that's what great dogs don't do. They are consistent and persistent. And they have a whole nother level of, regardless of what you bring over there on the other side of that corner, they got something for his ass. That's where the greatness comes from. Imagine a whole bunch of those out there. They got to start putting the gladiators into the gladiators, where ain't nobody safe. Better be taking some of these champions and grand champions and parking their ass. Yeah, it was doing real good lying head when you was down there down in that Texas area. But when Satan started barking, hey, they could have made it happen. You know, didn't nobody know who Satan was anyway. You know, but the North did. I mean, the North did because the dog went to damn near 5 different states and won. He had an entourage. He had a lot of people behind him. You know, we gonna follow you. Like we follow Mama, like we follow Abraham, we follow McNasty. We gonna have one, we ain't gonna be there trying to get in that pot. Because we seen a lot, I seen a lot, and I tell you, I won a whole lot more money than I ever lost. Just running around with them great dog men. I saw King David when he lost, he quit. Remember that night? Did he quit? Yeah, he quit. He quit. You know, I seen Frankenstein when McNasty and them lost. I saw Martell when he lost to Radar. These were grulers. These be grulers. These be them grudging matches where, you know, you'd be like, it's up in the air. Oh, okay. The only reason it's up in the air is because you're still there. But you know, and I'm telling you, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen what makes grand champions, regardless of what you put on them. I know why those dogs made grand champion. I've seen enough of them made and what kind of dogs they were. For a dog to make grand champion and 6-time and 7-time winners, put yourself on the other side of the wall again. Come on. Let's go about grand champion Richard. Let's put you over there on that side of the wall. Okay, you lost to grand champion Richard, but you went into him. You had to believe you could beat him when you went into him, right? Okay, let's talk about it. Put yourself in that position being a loser. Part of that grand champion title. When they put this shit all across there, your name on it. You know what I'm saying? But don't feel bad. You lost to a great dog, but you had a good one. You gotta start understanding that. You gotta respect the losers because, come on. Like I said, 1999, 1,976, 1976. You think that they didn't look at that going into the 2000s? It was getting worse by the 2000 because now most of the game was going on. You can't even have a champion around there now. I mean, guys going for grand champions, they got 5 champions now. But they be certified as a grand champion. They got to fought at least a champion in their career to be an actual certified grand champion. You know that? Not no top name kennel nothing. No. Grand champions should at least have a champion under their belt. Now you got everybody looking. Everybody looking. You got kennels out there like Jigger and Pandy. You got great dogs like 9 Millie, who's a great dog. I've seen her do it. She really did deserve to be dog of the year. You know, because she was a great dog. You know, she was persistent. I don't care what you're saying. And that last one, boy, it was a good one because she was on a game one. She was on a bad one. But one thing you can count on, I can tell you 15, 30 minutes in, it was just a matter of time. Because if you cannot break down the consistency of a great dog to the point that you can't get ahead and you can't even get even, you just being there, trying to hang in there because it's too persistent. The ability, the attitude, dial, the mouth, it's just all in there. Conditioning, you're there, you're not going to win. But you did go into her. So you did believe you could whoop her. So come on, you cannot feel bad about that. And the game should respect you for that because without you, she can't be dog of the year. She has to have some people out here to believe that she ain't all that, and I think I got something to beat her. That's the bottom line for all these great dogs. Look at Stallone. Got his head chopped right off by Spike. Yeah, now I came down through there. Stallone killing champions, smashing them. Down here. Down here. Now let me bring one of these city dogs down through here. Vietnam came down through there and wasn't looking to fight nothing like that, was you there, Stallone? And keep in mind, I was the lone whooping champion. But he ran into that Spike, that heat, kind of heat that I can tell you the Queen had, the kind of heat that Shady Lady had, that kind of heat the Sable had, Grand Champion Sable. These dogs had heat. Maybe had that heat. 9 Millie, they had I mean, when I'm talking about dogs, y'all, that this, their ability Champion, Sugar, Hardcore, they had those kind of dogs. It was just, that's why they made so many champions with their shit. STP, you know, when you see Kennels that make a lot of champions, like Dave Adams and them, look at the names of the other dogs they had. They're all great dogs. And by the way, they're all bred great. They sitting up there in the camp making it better and better because they got a whole yard of shit that they just weeding out. I know because that's what I was doing. Went nowhere on their level. But I got a chance to inject into a level by doing what I paid attention and saw that they were doing and what it takes to win. Super Kennels, Colored Brothers. I mean, from Florida, I can damn near go on every section, man, and just pull out a bunch of badass dogs that was going through the 90s in some badass camp. Can't forget the X-Men. I mean, there's just so many of them. I said 1,976 in 99. And I can guarantee you between 95 and 96, the numbers was even more than that. Because all the bloodlines was on fire. Everybody jockeying for position. We had Patrick, Yella, Red Boy, G. You had them all out there. Everybody. Banjo, Alligator. You know what I'm saying? They was all out there. It was the fittest of the fittest. And let's talk about it again. We're talking about two dogs in those corners. Damn the spectators, stay in the mind frame of being in the box and you losing in one of these great dogs. Can't call your dog trash because you lost to that great dog because you didn't go there to just get this dog your money, did you? No, you went in there and you put your dog in shape and you put your work into him. Now we facing, goddammit, Grand Champion Ace. We facing, damn it, Chino. Chino was a good one. But they had the right dog. You know why? Because it took the right kennel. Like Ram got Hardcore, well, Hardcore caught Chino. Now, when I talk about Ram, I'm talking about Ram had Grand Champion Flash. I ain't talking about Walk 'em Down Ram. I'm talking about Ram up the way up there in Detroit area. You know what I'm saying? That's Ram's Grand Champion Flash. He's the one that beat Doogie in a marathon. Doogie just made Dog of the Year. They're trying to make him a Grand Champion. Ran into Flash. You know, Flash wasn't even a champion yet. I think Flash was winning his championship on Doogie. Might have been his second, you know. I just know that he beat the Dog of the Year. But that was Hardcore. It was, look, let's talk about it. Did we put Doogie down? No. Why? Because Doogie was Dog of the Year. Just because he lost to Ram Flash don't take nothing away from Doogie. That's all I'm saying. It was that great match would have never happened if they hadn't came together. That's why we got Doogie and Flash. Great match. Great historical match. Hardcore against Ram. Great match. Okay, just like I was saying. Oh shoot, Ram got, you know, he just got murked. He got murked standing in the driveway holding Flash. And then blasted him up in front of everybody. Took the dog and got in the car and left. Never know what was going on. You know, it always seems, you know, the dog gang got like that. You know, a couple of them went down. Can't never forget, Armin had a champion. He had a nice ass champion. What was his name? Headache? Armin's champion, Headache. Yeah, there was some good ones out there, man. I mean, and they were beating good dogs. That's the thing about it. These was good shows. You know? Because I think y'all take away the importance of that other person. Y'all get so tied up in the winners that y'all, we don't talk about the losers. But that's like talking. Look, I went looking for a Word Kennels Buster. Okay. Now, I wish I could find the journal that Buster was in. Word Kennels Buster. Buster is the dog, 4-time winner that went in the Grand Champion Yellow. But 2 4-time winners went into each other. Okay. Now, Buster lost. That's why we have Grand Champion Yellow. But that's evident. But see, in this process, Buster had whooped like 2 champions before going into Yellow Buck. Beat 2 good champions. But you can't even look it up. You hear the Word Kennels Buster, a 4-time winner, still a champion, Buster, lost to Yellow Buck in a classic match. 2 great dogs. But to me, the odds was against Yellow Buck because Buster had already busted up 2 champions. But you don't hear that story. A story should be, that ain't in no book. I don't hear about that. There's so many of them that's not in the book that was going on in that New Jack era of those champions. Like they were talking about Wacko and Kunta, or Ajax and Noriega, or Gambler and Meister. You know what I'm saying? Still had those killers out there lurking the goddamn scenes like Jigga and Pandy, They had reputations that made everybody smart. You had a whole lot of backers, but no takers because, you would have to really be ready to put up some money to be that confident. You can't come in there with $1 and say, I want to go into Pandy. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it real. But, and believe me, the money is not what kept Pandy from becoming a grand champion. You have to be confident when you call her out. We wanted to make sure you're confident enough that maybe you got some more confident people to come behind you. We can make this something big. Because that's how it goes. That's right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hardcore, and the Gator Boys took that Elvis dog they had and beat Chino. Chino was a killer, but they bought a killer. So you got 2 killers, and I'm telling you, about 15 minutes in, the Chino was in trouble. Was it because Strictly Business didn't condition as good as hardcore? And we got hardcore and Strictly Business. I don't know. It had nothing to do with that. It was the dog. They saw Chino and they saw a flaws. We're talking about 2 great Kennels, Gator Boys and Hardcore, with their beamers in on Chino. Strictly Business, they ain't scared. Let's get it going. 2 great dogs going into each other. Actually, Chino was a 2-time winner going for his championship when he ran in the Elvis. Elvis was the first time out, I think, and got Chino. Chino went on to win another one, and that's how he became the champion. But Chino got ate up. A killer getting ate up by another killer. Did we put Chino down? No. Did they throw Chino away? No. They picked him up game and set him for another day. That's good bulldogging, because we know for sure we ain't going to just sit there and let him just get mauled. Real good dog men know when it's time to cash it. We have too much respect for our dogs. And for those who don't, you might get cussed out, or you might not never get, called upon regardless of how good your shit is. You need to treat a dog around me. I've seen them cut it close, like, I don't know, the little Yellow Buck dog, he was a good little dog. He wasn't a Yellow Buck, he was loco. He took, to me, he stayed down there too long. You know what I'm saying? You can make a dog quit. Why push a dog beyond his gameness? But he gave you all he got, and it's your responsibility. You're taking care of the dog. What are you asking for? He's not going to win, so why did you got him down there continuing to beat up, maul him? For what? Not going to win. So to subject the dog down to that, I was never a firm believer into that. And I always felt like, you know, real dog men don't do that. You're gonna lose. I don't give a damn about everybody in this building when it comes to me and my shit. I don't care who got money on whatever the hell. I'm gonna do what I gotta do with my dog. If it's time I'm not gonna win, I'm picking my shit up and fuck y'all money. Dog is more important than any of that shit y'all talking. I'm not gonna let him sit there and just get the money gone. No, I'm doing this, so you better not bet with me. If I was doing anything, I control my destiny. If I ain't winning the money, then I'm saving my dog. Dog didn't show that he need to be there. He can be there. Oh yeah, we don't get scratches in. If there's no way for him to win, why do I need to keep scratching a dog that's getting fucked up? No. Picking my shit up and giving you a scratch out of there, and then I'm going home. Fuck y'all money. You know what I'm saying? It was never about the money when it came down to me and the dog, especially if I'm in there. Dog is always first. Can't win, I just can't win.
Shout out to my man Zachariah23 for the 2-piece in the super chat. Salute to you too, fam. Thank you a lot, fam.
But hey, I liked that thing Prince Car threw up there. Hey, y'all ain't got nothing more of that to throw around? I know y'all got these 90 babies. I'm just throwing a few of them out there like BBK and them. Remember that Harvey Wallbanger shit? You know, these was new dogs on the scene. Don't forget that Long's Weirdo. These dudes, let's talk about some of these dogs and who had them. That's the thing. That's the thing. You know? Shoot, Hard Times winning the Grand Champ, in the Champion Gator. It was one of his in Blue Collar Kennels and them boys up there in my area, man. They going into James and them, you know, so it wasn't like, you know, they was getting around. The North, we was constantly going to Kenny and going in there with Ricky and them. Ricky and them, we was a lot of guys. Satan, all of them been on his card. Wild Cash, all of them been on Ricky Jones and them cards. You know, we went into a lot of big kennels. You know, and then when I got down here in Florida, it got even bigger because I'm running around with Deep South in them. You know, between all them connections, you know, who's having fun? Me, I'm running around with Deep South, Stone City, Hardcore, California Jack and his barefoot ass running through dog shit yard. I mean, seeing the boys with the hat, Emmett and them, Wacko and them, man, it was just a yard full of great dogs out there, and the matchup was just as great. So me, I don't shame no loser. You know, when it's just me and this competitor on the other side, you know, zoned out of everything that's going around us, we are the two. We are the show. So win or lose, you know, and not enough appreciation, respect is given to the show, whether you look bad or good, because where you at? You on the outside. You ain't bought shit on the inside in here yet. And then for those who talk that shit, they be ready to go home and get their shit. Then, you know, you need to go get your shit. You know, that's how it was. You know, they locking up shit before you leave the building, boy. You got it if it's real. You know? And you got something to pick up their shit and go home and won't nobody say a word. I better think about that. Let me go check my yard. You got guys out there with stalkers, the competitive. Now they looking for it. They looking for it, and there's been a lot of guys that travel long and far to get it on. That's for sure. You know, Talk that shit about staying at home. Ain't nobody knocking. Nobody stay at home, because if y'all stay at home, that means we get a chance to travel. Right? Like I said, we never put down nobody that wanted to stay at home. Open the door and let us. That's when you know you got dogs. You can come down in your area and do damage, and we do damage. I'm just going to keep it real with you. I ran around a bunch of damn kennels that won a lot. To me, every damn one of them was legendary. Baltimore Ron, all these guys is legendary. I know every one I ran around with, from Randy being, all of them had champions and grand champions on their yard.
Shout out to my man Windmill with the 5-piece in the super chat. Said the conversation you two are giving the world is priceless. Forever scratch to win, twin.
Thank you, Windmill. You know it, baby. You know.
Appreciate the love, Windmill.
Yeah, that was what was going on in the 90s. Wasn't nobody saying. Yeah, the game definitely, look, y'all, everybody be screaming about the Mayday dogs, but there was not just the Mayday dogs. There was the hardcore dogs. There was the Super Kennels dogs. There was the Stone City dogs. There was Ohio dogs. Where I need to start at in Ohio? You got Bullet, you got Loctite, you got Shut 'em Down, you got Championship. You got Judy Jones, Miles Davis. These was champions. Now, Miles was just a two-time winner. You got to give him his. You got champion. You got to go back to Champion Stein, Champion Red Boy, and then Catfish Champion Red. These dogs, man, we was going into people out of New York, Pennsylvania, Canada, bro. They were just bringing that shit on in. That's how it was. We seen it. We seen what it took. I'm telling you, it was a whole new era. I seen General Lee. He was a good one. He was a good one. He had no business ever losing, but he was a good dog. He was a good dog. Always come right. Don't never, ever doubt your opponent. Doubt your opponent, you're not doing your dog a favor. Don't never make your dog bigger than you, because you the ones got the brains. Dog is only good as you make him. That means you can make him better. If he's good, you can make him great. And if he's great, you can make him greater. You know what the hell you do. Tom Gardner needs to do a special on all those China dogs True Colors had success with that help expand Tom's brand that he doesn't talk about. That was Prentice Carr. And you're right, Prentice Carr. You're right. But guess what? Tom ain't got to, because it wasn't Tom doing them. If you understand what I'm saying. See, this is how the game worked. A lot of these guys wasn't doing that shit. Victor didn't do what Mayday. He produced that Mayday stuff, but Victor, that's all he did. He had 3 great ones his damn self. But what he produced out of Mayday, like what Stone City produced out of Awesome Baby, what Grand Champ STP did with Grand Champion Buck. You got to remember, these dogs had offsprings. And these offsprings was coming in the bunches. Imagine all these dogs. All these dogs coming in one air, ramming into each other. Jacob, Andy, 9 Millie. I can just, there's just so many of them. Ones we don't even talk about, like Mexican Dan, I can talk about Mexican Dan. I think Mexican Dan, you very hear a little bit about Mexican Dan, but this dude was a badass dude. They don't talk about him. I'll bring some of these journals in. This dude coming in every other week. You can guarantee every issue, you might catch him in there maybe 5, 6 times. He's coming in 2 or 3. Never see the man lose. Yeah, Ricky Jones did. Yeah, he did. That was in the early 90s. Ricky and them, that's when they made their thing. Yeah, but see, the New Jack era was already beginning in 92 with Joey. You know, I would have to say around 90, 91, you know, was already getting ready cracking now.
Started it.
Yeah, when New Jack really kicked in around 88, 89, you know, and DMX and the Rough Riders and everybody's facing up dogs, and you know what I'm saying? And Snoop ain't looking like a Doberman Pinscher no more, trying to be a pit bull. You know what I'm saying? That's the New Jack era. Okay, when that era came in, the hood had already put a throat hold on the game. And that is for real. All them old great dog men became great stories. Because that New Jack era, we gave them all the respect because we talk about them, because it was based on what they did with their lines of what made the greatness. What I do, is it gone?
I checked.
You know, I gotta remember that. Remember, I can go back in the pedigrees and show y'all where they really came from. And then I can show y'all how it got to where it got. But guess what? The main ones that we talk about didn't come from the breeder to make him great. It took the hunter to make him great. If the breeder gave me something to hunt with, I can make it great. Then that's what it counted. You know, I hold a lot of love to the breeders because they go through so many to get one or two. But I hold an even higher standard to the ones to be able to take them and make them great. And thanks to the breeders for giving them, putting them there. Because without the breeders, we can't get good dogs. And the only way the breeder knows that he needs better dogs is because the hunters is letting him know. Because in this day and age with these type of dogs, you can't win with this shit you giving me now. It's either going to have to get better, or we're going to have to try something else that's not working, because that's how stiff the competition was. That's why we can go into these pedigrees, pull up these champions, pull up these grand champions, and notice they all have one thing in common. 90+% of them all came through formula. Don't be, oh, come on now. We got to know about the grand champion street sweeper. I mean, he was a journal cover. He was a cover dog on the journal. He made the cover. Yeah, we cannot miss the OG Posse or the original bounty hunter. We can't forget them boys. There's just so many of them. But these guys they have footholds. You think Dave Adams, we had a whole bunch of Dave Adams. We had a whole bunch of Dave Adams. Dave Adams did a lot of busting ass with the great dogs that he had. You know, and I would have to say to give him and STP, I can say them too, but then I can also say Stone City, Hardcore, and Super Kennels, Color Brothers, BBK, Strictly Business, Gator Boys. I can say them kind of names. Abrahams, SWAT Team. These guys was fast lane. Vietnam, fast lane. I'm talking about guys like Milkman and Ramrod and them boys. I mean, they was, look, y'all been around, but man, look. Them great dogs that y'all had, for them dogs to even be a factor in these pedigrees, y'all, they had to make better dogs than what they were. You cannot tell me that, you know, we give Mayday all the credit, we give Buck all the credit, but I can honestly tell you that the dogs that these dogs created, not just one lucky dog, they had a whole bunch of them that was able to get out there in the fast lane and establish themselves as fast lane great dogs. And who had them? Who had them? We're not talking about Pat Patrick or Mountain Man or Atlas Brewer or James Edwards or Tom Gardner. None of them. Talking about who had those dogs. You look in their pedigrees, yes, you're going to see the great breedings. Yes, that we give them credit, but that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about who made them dogs relevant. Relevant. Those names, those people you hear me continuously saying. And they had to have somebody to stand on the other side to ever make it happen. And the only way you're going to ever be on the other side of that is you standing there regardless of what everybody else is saying, you there. They ain't. They on the outside the box wanting to see something. Respect. Always given to that loser. Even when you got all the right to believe that you a winner when you come in at the beginning of the night. So it might not be looking like that the way they're attacking the bet, but took a chance, so we got to respect that. James Jones, just a few well-known dogs that achieved their champion titles in 1998. Yep, Champion Whiskey, Champion Virgil, Champion 357, Champion Tuffy, Champion Smuggler. Yep, Champion Redman, Champion Miss Nico, Champion Luther, Champion Luke Kane, and Champion Lefty. Yep, that's right. Actually, Brett had hers in her championship in 98. He just didn't put it in until 99. And Pretty Mama too. They made their championships actually in 98. But yeah, you're right. See, and these was fast lane dogs. Wasn't nothing weak in this shit. Wasn't none of these dogs weak. I mean, we got a whole bunch more of them. But, you know, hey, I'm trying to remember, didn't Lefty lose though? Didn't Lefty lost a good one? You know, remember I seen, man, come on, I didn't see them all. These are great dogs here, but there was a lot more of them. Yeah, 98 was a good year. It was, man. And look, these dogs can't do this without a competitor. Now, you see the pin up in the chat room. And for you viewers, I'm going to read it again. He says, just a few well-known dogs that achieved their championship titles in 1998. Champion Whiskey, Champion Virgil, which became Grand Champion Virgil later, and Champion 357, which became Grand Champion 357, Champion Tuffy, Champion Smuggler, Champion Redman, Champion Miss Nico, Champion Luther, Champion Luke Kane, which became Grand Champion Luke Kane, and then you got Champion Lefty. So these are fast lane dogs, and you really didn't want to run into these dogs. Yeah, you know, again, Prentice, I'm gonna throw Brat and Pretty Mama in there because it's not on here. I'm not reading it on here. All right, well, they know, okay, 98, 90, okay, 88, 98. Brat and Pretty Mama, okay. But yeah, these dogs were definitely in a position that we count the total of people who went into them. And just these dogs' names that we named. Just for them to be champions and 4-time winners and some of them grand champions, you had to have somebody who was willing to stand over there on the other side. Don't y'all understand that part right there? And when that number starts going down, that means the quality goes down because you're weeding out the greatest, because the greatest is going to stand strong and the good are going to just be good. They might carry a game pickup or quit in their career, but it's the doors that they go into that you can always say, man, respect the loser. because you ain't running in none of them. So how you gonna tell me you gonna try to put between you lost the grand champion ace? Well, so what? Did you go in the ace? Is one of them losses you? Then you need to go. You got something to beat him? I sure thought I did. What about you? Why you over here talking to me about it? What you got? You ain't got nothing to go into him? Yeah, I lost to him. At least I was bold enough to try. Shit, I ain't scared. I thought I had one for his ass. That's how I go. But listen to another clown next to you. He could be your friend. He could be your partner. He could be whatever. But it's a clown talk when you ain't got shit, but you discussing me and my loss. I went into this champion, like me and Ace. We went into Tommy Boy. We didn't win. But look, I went. Yeah, I lost. You know what? And don't feel bad about it. You know? But talk to me like you doing what I'm doing. Are you chasing champions? So why are we even having the conversation? Remember, them were the first people who turned into good news reporters, right? They made the first ones. They want to have that kind of conversation with you, but refuse to have the same conversation back with them. You want to talk about me, but I mean, there's nothing there for me to talk about when it comes to you, so why am I even letting you talk about me, period? Because you just want to know, well, that ain't good enough in 2023, is it, y'all? Because what right do a nobody have anything to do with questioning what you're doing or his opinion based on what you did? What nobody gets that much pull these days? A bunch of newbies. That's where it comes from. It's a total disrespect in the game because it steady keeps drawing the game out of into the light. You know what I'm saying? It has no business being in the light. You can't even be quiet and be doing your own thing with the fear of one of these internet dudes jumping on there congratulating you on some business that you just got there handling where you can't get it out there secretly before it gets out there publicly. No, you don't have the quality because you're losing the quantity. Don't tell me. There's going to always be quality bulldogs, but not the quantity that we had in the 90s that started falling off in the later 2000s, around 2010 and up. With the 90s, heard of 1,976 in the year 1999 was the amount of matches that the journal had reported. Think of that number, y'all. We only get 6 issues. So think of the number. Damn near 2,000 matches being reported. Damn near. A little short, but damn near. 2,000 in 1 year. All right? Think about it. The quantity increases the quality because you're going to always have somebody standing on the other side giving you a chance to become great. Because it takes them to want to face that pace for you to prove your point. They're trying to prove a point too. How do you think these things come together? Whether the champions, grand champions, first time artists, 2-time winners, don't matter. Give them the love because those are the preservers. They are. Damn it. Now the damn breeder need to open their mouth when it comes to the hunter. Preservation is not based on the breeder without the hunter. Always been an agreement in this game. Those can do both. It always been fortunate enough to become in the position that I am, because the position I am is based on me following some certain people, noticing what they did, and follow the family for myself. I don't take credit. I take credit on me succeeding. I don't take no credit on anything that I did that was different than anybody else. I did what the greats did, because if their tires are running like that, then I want to put them kind of tires on my car. Bruce Morgan says, I believe it was at an all-time high when with the competition. But this is also when I would show a dog and there was 100 people there and 90 of them didn't even have a dog. Just a bunch of gamblers. And that's what made it fun, though. But that's what made it fun, the gamblers. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about the gamblers, they always had to give us that respect in the game. Because remember, a gambler can make the whole room shut up. If you ain't betting, shut up. My money on this damn dog. We need quiet up in here. I got $100,000 up in here. Now niggas need to shut up. You better shut the hell up. Shoot, I seen last 187. So 10,000 out there and went and got another 20 and said, now, if you ain't betting that, then we don't need to hear that. Okay? I mean, this should be a quiet ass room. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He stacked that, boom, got his bet on, and said the only person need to be making any noise up in here. This kind of money on the line. It's some dogs, and I ain't got nothing to say. Bet is on. I ain't gonna be happy. I hear a whole bunch of noise might be fucking up my money too. I don't want to hear none of that shit. Man, I'm pretty sure you agree, my man, agree. But everybody else in the house agree and let these two dogs get it in. And they got it in. They got it in. But it was the respect that was done. There was a whole bunch of people up in there. Whole bunch of people. I'm telling you, that 187 lad, I called him Tony Montana. He was a real life Tony Montana to me. I love that guy. That guy was a funny dude, and he didn't play. And he was a good dude, but he didn't play. And I had seen money shut up a room. I'm trying to tell you. And then the fact is, you betting. If I throw out a bet, boom, and somebody take that bet, you got to give that man some respect. That man bet me back. Jimmy, you ain't saying you run over there just running your mouth, ain't bet nobody. You got more mouth in the building. Them the ones we shut up. Because if you ain't got no money on the wood, you shouldn't be saying shit. You a bystander, should be pushed back further away from the box. You got too much mouth with nothing in it. That's how you put people on roll call. If you got money on wood, then I can understand you saying anything. But if you ain't got no money on wood and it seem like all we can hear is your voice and all that hollering and nailing, you might get put on the back row real quick. Because you either got something to put up or you need to shut up. We don't need Earl Tudor and Joe Cavino all up in here joining the show while you giving your ESPN, commentary during the damn show. I told you he was gonna do that. What I tell you, Jimmy, what I tell you? Shut up, man. You making all that damn noise and you ain't said shit. You just want to be soft. You know what I'm saying? But when you got a bunch of people in a spot, man, and it's a good night, it's a good night. And I'm telling you, I've been on many places, man. It was some great matches and it was a good night. I'm telling you, it was the New Jack. Everybody was wearing the big chains. Everybody had a fine girl somewhere lingering around. You had one of them, them boxing side little chicks that run around with the sign, they always be fine as hell. Well, you always got a little fine little chick up there in them matches too. You know, I had a habit of taking mine on some of them ventures and shit. You know, probably why that helped. Because we had some fine little chicks. So, you know, I think that helped too. Always had no problem getting in, hanging out with the fellas. And didn't have no problem snagging up in them ends either. Because when you latch on to them good kennels like those guys was, you know, it's hard to bet against them. I would bet against them, bet with them 10 times. And I ain't expecting to lose. Maybe I can win 7 and lose 3. That's what I would think my numbers would be. I mean, back then, because these boys was on full go. I mean, they had a lot of champions, they had a lot of grand champions. Look, told you, Chino came right out and went and won 2, and then right off the back on his 3rd one, got a head knocker. Why? Because he was that tough. And Strictly Business felt like they had came to that pinnacle in the career that they was ready to go deal with the Gator Boys in hardcore and what they choose to have as what they felt like, you know, they trying to go for greatness too. You know? But for one damn reason or another, you know, I don't know whatever happened to Elvis after beating Chino, but he finished out his career as a 2-time winner with you know what I'm saying? And Chino went on to become a champion and produce great dogs. But those are great things to talk about when it comes to them, especially in the 90s. Now, where did we lose it at? I'm gonna tell you, it really started when in the end of that 1976, I think it was a pinnacle thing. I think somebody in the government saw that. I think 19, because that was 2000. By 2003, the journal is being ran by my boy over there at work. And then during that time, shortly during the end of the year, he got busted. So there was already beginning of that right there. You know, they was raiding matches, y'all. They was raiding matches by mistake or somebody calling in and telling. That's why I said, you know, why you shouldn't have a bunch of people at a show. Because sometimes, what if you got somebody going to your show and then knew the spot, they done pulled up on the spot, and you won't let them in? No, man, you wasn't invited, cuz no, man, you gotta go. No, you need to, he's already showing up somewhere there's some illegal shit going on. So you better have a little jail cell or a little hole to throw him in until the shit is over. Because those are the ones that go and call the police on your ass. Oh, I'll fix their ass. Them haters, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's where that was. I've seen a lot of them unanimous phone calls. You know what I mean? I've been out there in some crazy places, but never felt as nervous. The only time I felt nervous was when I'm in a situation that you already see something wrong. You know, our little encounter up in Romulus, it wasn't no problem. That came out of nowhere. So that wasn't nobody called. That was somebody running from the police. Why you gonna bring the police somewhere? Man, you know we here. That's why you ain't here. You know, reason why we here because you ain't here. But when you get in trouble with the police, you run back here. But you know why you know we here. You brought a whole bunch of trouble. A whole bunch of trouble at a big ass car. The other one was up there, you know, in the land. Not the Clee land, on the old land. You know, seeing writing on the wall. Writing on the wall. All them great dogs up in there. That's the one Chico got his dog back. All the writings on the wall when I spoke on that damn police car sitting across the field. Things sitting back up in that driveway. Something was wrong with that. I knew something wrong with that. We spoke on it. We spoke on it. You know what? Don't listen. No, oh, okay. Next thing you know it, I caught him moving way over there. Over here where we at now. Now we locked in, we blocked in, we can't get out, we can't do nothing. Okay, now, you see, it's not quiet anymore. You know, it was real easy for the dog catcher in 2000, early 2000, to come to a man's yard and accuse him of dog fighting, right? Just having a treadmill. Dogs ain't got to even have scars on them. Look, just to have a treadmill, they would take your dogs. Were they right about taking them? No, but it's hard to explain to the government when you got judges that make decisions that they say based on the laws, but it don't be based on the law, it be based on their personal opinions with the law. Because the district attorney will let the dog catcher take your shit, euthanize your shit, put you in a bad position to where they ready to bring children's services all up in your house if you got a family. Arrest your wife if you got a wife. Make all these threats, make you surrender your dogs and be like, man, throw it all. I mean, I'm cool with all this shit. Make you throw this shit away. All because you had a treadmill. That's all, nothing else. All because you had a treadmill. And then bet you went and got a lawyer. And what is a lawyer supposed to do for you? You know, when you got a dog case is a criminal case, but a dog case needs a dog lawyer, a criminal dog lawyer. See, I had to be my own dog lawyer, and all I had to do was study to be a dog lawyer. I knew the dog law. Like the very law that they didn't want me to think about. All you Florida people, I want y'all to look at this. In the Florida statute, you know, when they take your dog, unless you surrender your dog to them, they cannot euthanize that dog. They will take your dogs and they will sit there and stick them in the pound, okay, and start running up all these damn fees. And the whole time they're running up these fees, they're trying to put you in a position to force you to surrender your dogs. Especially if your dogs have no evidence of any kind of animal cruelty, and if there are any type of scars or anything, they can't be fresh scars. And if there's anything old, because you can't go to a regular criminal lawyer because you ain't assaulted nobody, you ain't stole shit, you ain't wrote no bad check. You got your dog caught up in some shit over here. You know, all I had in my house was a treadmill that I used because I can't take my dogs walking, so I let them get their exercise on the treadmill. See, what lawyer gonna take the time to go look up in that zone area? Is there a law that protects you to be able to have a treadmill in your home because you got pit bulls? Well, it is. Do you know that law? People in Florida, do you know that law? Do you know that law that protects you from having a bunch of damn dogs and having a lot of medicines, as long as it's not illegal medicine? You're allowed to have just the kind of medicine that the vet uses. So when you see these people talking about they had all this medicine because, you know, to take care of their dog from fighting and all that BS, you know what I'm saying? Again, they can say it and they can, you know, put it in the agenda that they wanted to the public ear because you're not fighting back with the law. They know that you don't know. And they don't like it when you do know. Because if I did not know, I'd probably had done 20 years in jail for being found guilty of some shit because I didn't know. And if I went along with the lawyers, I'd have still been doing 20 years because it shouldn't have took me 6 lawyers to end up with no lawyer. So I'm telling you guys, while I got you out here and we talking about them times, the lawyers don't know. You must take the time to understand the law. When you come to your dogs, if they got county laws, know the county laws. They got state laws, know the laws. You don't have to have a kennel. All you have to have is a bunch of damn dogs that you taking care of, making sure they got their tags and all that shit, paperwork in order. You can have a treadmill, damn it, you can have a damn couple of them if you want to. Problem is, do you know the law that gives you that right to do that? Do you know when they come and just take your dogs and say that we got you for participating with equipment for the purpose of dog fighting and just take your dog? Remember, they can say that and they gonna turn around and do that if they want to. You gotta have the right to move fast. Do not surrender your dog. You gotta go and file a immediate attack on any type of search warrant or what you usually take to take and confiscate your shit. You have to go and object to that real quick, whether you take a lawyer or when you go in front of you know, whatever it takes. I always say, look up and do the motion yourself. Because if you know the law, that's the one thing you want to learn. You want to learn that animal cruelty law. There's sections in that animal cruelty law. One of those sections at the bottom is you have a right to have just as much as a operating kennel based on your ability of you having so many dogs and raising them. They give you further knowledge than the person who has a house dog or pets, regardless of what the breed is. Man, if the black Bobby Tat, right? Bobby Tat. The man, if the black days for the pit bull game in the Balkans, then what about the U.S.? Hey, I take off my hat to you Americans for preserving the breed for the future generations. Now, Bobby Tat, did they come down on y'all in the Balkans? Is that what he's saying? They came down on y'all in the Balkans, well, shit. They really came down on us because it was like, you know, the attack was they knew the names now. They started putting faces with the kennels. Like when they hit the Ram, there was a whole bunch of cars and there was a whole bunch of us out of town. I think Ozzy was there. I think, I know Bob Lowry was there. You know, Ronnie Boyd, I think he was there. I think they say he was there. I know there was a bunch of us there. You know, we got away. There was a couple of times going on that night, remember? But it started off good. But it turned into a terrible night. I heard a lot of dogs get killed. And they took a lot of cars away from there, and they went in every one of them cars, and they had all those journals. You know how we ride. We go ride, we got to have something to read, and like we rolling or something to talk about. So, you know, they found several journals and stuff like that. It was all on the news. It was some big thing. Like the dead champions, the grand champions were supposed to go, you know, and they hit that spot, you know. It really didn't get much, but it was just the fact that it was on the setup, you know what I mean? The setup was there. But it didn't never stop. It was so many of us, you know? And then it seemed like everybody started catching dope cases. And that's what it was, y'all. I'm telling you, man, it was the dope cases. Everybody started catching dope cases. Eddie boys, dope case. Chico, dope case. I mean, it just all started catching on. You know, I don't know what happened to Mad, but I know he had to take a vacay, and that's how DSK became, you know, relevant. You know, Mad is DSK to me. Thank God for him. Have some good dudes to handle his shit, but Shit, them was mad dogs, you know. But again, you know, them dogs still around too. They crossed that shit with Red Boy. You know, they got vulnerable. See, one thing that got exposed about those BB and banjos, they was some rough ass dogs. They was exposed to those up north killers. You know, the up north killers had something for that shit. They needed more gamers. One thing we figured out about the banjo dogs, they was rough, but they was just as, you know, they ran a little short on gameness until you add that Red Boy. You add Red Boy, whether it come through yellow or any other kind of Red Boy you want to put with the banjo, made a more complete dog because look, you already got the rough shit. I'm talking about aggressive, know they shit. When they get down, they on another level. That's what I be talking about. When them fast lane, I'm talking about they be on another level. I don't care what you try to do. You're never going to be even with them. You're going to always try to find yourself trying to keep up or catch up. Those dogs that's what Banjo and BB and all those other great dogs were like. Even when you thought that you could neutralize that shit and beat them. That's the only way they became relevant. Somebody had to believe that they could do that. So, hey, the dogs got a reputation. But them later ones, like, you know, them offsprings, with the Banji and all them shit, and them little monsters through there, and them little monsters ran into some bigger monsters. It was pretty rough. Yeah, they got introduced to the hood. Yeah. Yeah, they got introduced to the hood and they started taking them L's. They pulled back on that shit. You know, really they did. They really did. They can talk and say twin ain't, but twin telling the truth. Pull that shit up. Had to revamp. It was a very popular line, but it was vulnerable and they needed to add something to it, and they did. And it's, you know, even with the coach, he's added to that. Colonel Scott said, we cannot forget what Fat Bill called the tale of four curs. Champion Chomper, Champion Hilfiger, Champion Chi-Chi, and Champion So Evil. They lost going into great dogs, but Bill was going after Champion. But that's what I said. I mean, you're right, Prentice. You're definitely right. And you named off all them champions that became losers. And some of them in a bad way. I mean, they all got blew through. You know, but that's what they ran into the hood. See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, Casino and all them, I wish they would have. They really wanted to really check Blackjack. They didn't, you know, believe me, Blackjack was probably a badass dog and his bloodline produced that shit. But look, man, they could have really found some business. Could have took Blackjack and tried to go into something like a Standing Man or Champion Grand Champion Hurricane, one of them. You know, he ain't chopping off no big ass head now to really check that shit. Remember, I had one of the sons right off the Gator. He was probably just as good as Blackjack and Gator, but ran into Psycho. But believe me, any other dog, I believe that dog would have went on to be a grand champion his damn self. It wasn't. I mean, I know what kind of dog it took to beat him. And these were fast lane dogs. These was two badass dogs that ran into each other. That's what it looks like. But I can tell you what, it was both of them dogs came up through the hood and they could have whipped any one of them country dogs out there. You can talk that shit if you want, but it only happens if you come out of the country and come into the city and do it. Like Fat Bill did. He, like you said, he was going after champions and he did. He came right in and down in them hoods and met them city boys. In the city, we don't have a bunch of dogs. So our expectation of what we seeing, should we putting good on good. And anytime you start putting good on good, you know what I'm saying? Where in the country, you just take them two, you don't put them on each other. Y'all just stick them over there and put everybody else up on them and let them continue to just beat everybody else up. But in the city, we put them two bad motherfuckers up and get rid of everybody behind that. We ain't got that much yard. So we find out real quick the strong survive, and we be not bullshitting about that. And anytime you run into the hood dogs, you're gonna run into a problem, especially if he's a reputable hood kennel. And that's what they were. You hear me naming them all the time. But these are great kennels. They're all great kennels. And why not? If Fat Bill is on the losing end of all those dogs, right? But what? Come on, let me say, what I just tell y'all about that? Can't not one of y'all tell me how many champions y'all got that went out there and did what he did? At least he was brave enough to get on the other side. These dogs wouldn't even matter if he hadn't took his champions into these dogs. So who are you if you stand on the outside thinking that's some slick shit to say? What's slick about that? Yeah, he did do that. Yeah, he did. But he get bigger respect and more respect than coming from somebody trying to be slick about it. You better have just as many dogs as he did and did the same thing and know how it feel. Because if you don't, you know what I mean? Then I'd be wondering, you know, do you respect the fact that he doing something that you ain't got shit to do with? And if you did have it, would you do? See, it's all ifs that it did. So where did that become relevant in the conversation, right? Yes, he did. That was a point made, good point, not knocking what he said. He was making a great point. But the point I was making is for those ones to take what he said and start gagging on it. Yeah, Fat Bill. No, not when you ain't got shit like Fat Bill. Fat Bill had the kahunas and he had great dogs. He had great dogs. What, his dogs ain't shit now because he lost to some great dogs? And you add up all the wins that made all those dogs champions, you're gonna have over 20. That's a lot of damn wins between all them damn dogs. Gonna be over 20, maybe 30. Between all those champions. Can you say that? Can you say that before you say anything about Fat Bill and his losses? The person who wants to make it a joke or a snicker, are you in any position to even be on the level of Fat Bill to speak on it? Or are you one of those that say, oh, it's just my opinion, I'm just speaking on it because I can say that? You're right. And my opinion says that you don't have shit and your opinion shouldn't mean shit, so we shouldn't even be listening to you. That's what my opinion back would be. Because you know, when you say tripped out things and you know, he's not supposed to feel bad about them losses. Reagan and Bush fucked it up. It wasn't Reagan and Bush. They had love though. It wasn't Reagan and Bush. You know, I mean, it was Daddy Reagan and his son Reagan down here in Florida. When they pushed for that, yeah, remember it was two Bushes. Remember the one became the Attorney General or something like that or something. Remember, it was one of the Bushes down here in Florida. One was the governor. The other was the president. Right? Okay, before the one became a president, you had the one that was the governor. They was the one that was pushing the drug bill. Senator. Yeah, the senator. Yeah, they was pushing the drug bill to turn crack cocaine down the regular coke. No, crack cocaine is worse. So they doubled up on the crack cocaine, put it in a whole different kind of schedule. Came up with the RICO law. But this was for the drug dealers because, come on, just as bad as the dog game was going on back then, the cartels, Escobar and them was out here buying racetracks. So come on. Goddamn. You got the Contras running the goddamn army because the United States is bringing the drugs in, putting it in the community. Okay, look, come on. They're trying to clean up their shit. It just so happened in the process of them cleaning up their mess, you know, what used to be the good old boys games, they recognized that, hey, this what used to be the good old boys game, and we could give them a little slap on the wrist and let them play. Can't do that now because there's a whole bunch of these jiggers out here with them. We started noticing in these drug investigations that we're finding large sums of money being bet in these dog fights. The RICO thing became an organized thing, not only because it was better for them to work their drug convictions on, you know what I'm saying? Because most of them that got convicted on the drug, they didn't give a damn about the dogs. Dogs were just collateral damage. But the ones that, you know, that they couldn't get on drugs, you know, where the boys walked away, you know, fatty, they'll hit your shit and look and see what they can snatch. You know, they're the ones that close their eyes and come and get you. You know what I'm saying? We'll see something when we get there. You know, and they get away with that shit. But they come in there and they go and grab something and they don't get nothing. You know what I'm saying? They quick to walk away from shit and turn it over to the state. And state gonna be up there with the dog shit, and they ain't gonna never let you forget about the investigation coming from the feds, because they're gonna try to link all that shit in to a organized operation or a dog ring. And don't even be no drug charges, but they put the drugs in it to make it sound like, you know, man didn't get charged for drugs, but the drug thing keeps showing up in the dog case. You know what I'm saying? And what can they get you in a dog case? 90% of the time, it's because you got scarred up dogs sitting out there on the chain. Now, I didn't say a scarred up dog that looked like he got off the chain 2 or 3 years ago. He can sit there and continue being scarred up. You know, sometimes it's always smart to take a dog that you got on your yard that's scarred up and to take him into a vet. Not with fresh scars, I mean healed up scars, just to give a vet notice that this dog is on my yard. I want you to do a complete checkup on this dog. Hey, well, how you get the scars? I just bought this dog because he was, you know, he was being treated bad, so I'm bringing him home to me. Have a record of that dog. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you need to have better records with your vet. Because I done lost 3 or 4 dogs, got off of one dog getting off the chain.
Shout out to my man Prentice Carl for the 10-piece fam. On the super chat, he said, great discussion and even greater perspective. Salute, GHK. Appreciate the love, Mr. Carr.
Thank you, B. Thank you.
And this will go out to Vinny. My man Vinny, I got to give you some love, Vinny. Vinny said Bush was Reagan's vice president, and Bush had one son, became president, and the other son became governor of Florida.
That's right.
You're right, Vinny.
And Daddy Bush was down there with Oliver North cracking up the house. You know what I'm saying? So I tell you, that's what the situation was. Remember the Contra situation with Ollie and the boys? When the New Jack thing came in, it was Bush, Daddy Bush and them. Now he was mad in the 90s. Remember the Iraq War? All that was back then when his daddy let him off the chain, let him off the hook. Daddy Bush. With Saddam, and Saddam spit in their face. All that was going on when they was out there taking care of the Contras and bringing the dope into the United States in exchange for weapons. It's just some real shit, for real. I mean, and during this time, you know, we made a lot of money, and DMX started talking about, you know, about to lose his mind up in here and where my dog's at. And man, the Rough Riders grew, the dog game grew, the breeders definitely grew. They getting dogs for $5,000. One-time winners averaging $5,000 to $7,000 to a one-time winner. I mean, going to the right kennel. You know, you got champions going for thousands, 25, 30,000. Buy the dog. Buy the dog. Yeah. Yes. It was getting it in. Me, I charged when I bred Brat back to Mayday, and then when I bred Brat back to May 2, them $2,500 puppies, and y'all whining about somebody selling something for $35. Imagine what them puppies would have been like. You know, I'm selling straight for $25. Don't care if I don't sell none of them. Get out of the game, all them went. Who was that? Yeah, it was one dog I sold for 15 grand. It came from out of the country. I know there was just a lot of that going on too, y'all. That export game, I'm telling you, when they stopped trying to look, once we got our dogs, we started making our own breeding. That was another thing about the ghetto. See, the ghetto, a lot of people caught on to breeding champions to champions. It seemed like that was everybody's move. Everybody was doing it. Everybody see dogs up a Champachino, up a Buster Brown. You know, you can just go back and keep going back, you'll notice. Even Mayday, Stone City, Hardcore. Look at all of them. BBK, Bang Dally. You know, we can just go all the way down in the South. Big Apple, he was doing the shit. You know what I'm saying? My man that had, you know, Mr. Thicket, with Ajax, he was selling meals, and, you know, these guys was, you know, marketing, branding like you know, Jordan jeans and Wranglers, you know what I'm saying? They kennel names just got brands, you know what I'm saying? Because they was known. You know, as bad as STP didn't want to hear his name rocking out there, you know, as much as he feared it, you know, I mean, look, the man was selling dogs. He just buy a dog for this and sell it for 3 times the cost. I mean, it was a market out there. You could not even know how to do a dog and go get you a grand champion. Just to say you got a grand champion. Just to say you got a great champion. You just had the money to go buy the dog. You know, the right figure, anybody will sell you a dog. You know what I'm saying? Now, these days, I think the value of these dogs shouldn't be as high as they are. Because the circumstances based on the math that we created, the quantity is not there to check the quality. That's where we are today. Y'all don't have the quantity to be paying for quality. If you understand what I'm saying, ain't enough of that going on out here to make it to be checking that shit. Okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's how it goes. Yeah, God. Eduardo Venezuela said, I sold a dog for $800 and I offered the transporter $200 more. And when I tried to buy the dog back, they tried selling me the dog back for 10 G's. But that's the truth. That's the truth. Man, we just got done talking about that shit about Mr. Mason and Dave Adams. You know, Clyde probably trying to get some of that kingfish back and pissed off Dave. Dave ain't letting him get in. Ain't letting him get in. Whatever happened, he shut him down. You know what I'm saying? And all the money in the world. I done seen him get sold. I seen Noriega get sold. I seen Luke Kane get sold. I seen Barracuda get sold. I seen May get sold.
Oh, girl got sold.
Shit, Queen got sold. Shit. Abraham was trying to get Queen for a minute before they got her. But shit, look at what they spent. Motherfucker said $25. I bet you if I had 20 back then, I would have bought it my damn self for that 25 G's. So what? And definitely got the money back easily. Definitely got the money back easily. But again, when you add the dope game into the factor, you know, a lot of those big and great kennels, you know, they had a lot of money, but they also had a big following. You know, greatness, and when you got a bunch of greatness, imagine when look, Jigga was on the same card when they saw, remember, he saw Wacko and Noriega and Ajax and all those dogs. That's a hell of a card. Imagine a night like that. You got a man that been on the show that sat there and told you he was there. Seen them was great matches. Y'all don't understand because y'all don't appreciate it. But you go look at those dogs and imagine what dogs we're talking about. Who to beating Wacko? Wacko was a champion beater too. These was, the game was different. And when it started falling off, when the journal started falling off, it became a commodity of bullshit right in 2003 when my man got busted and he continued to do the journal knowing he picked that case up and that case was going to follow him. Either he didn't believe it was going to follow him or he just didn't think it was going to follow him. Either way, that's where the game took the crash. Because in that crash, you know, even though he was able to stay out, he still maintained the journal. And they did go after Jack, because Jack was still helping him. But what made it bad was they made the information about the journal public, where they told the world about the journal. They couldn't do nothing about the book, but they put it in the public. My man, Bobby Dack said, Champion Gator, 80,000. Grand Champion Samson, 80,000. My man, Jeremy Kendall said, twin, how much would you spend for a dog in today's era? In today's era, I'm telling you, it would be like this. If I'm trying to start a yard or I'm trying to find a stud, the stud fee should be back around 1,000 now, y'all. I mean, I would even put him back around 700, 750. I mean, and if he ain't got no title, 500. Because these dogs are sitting here with pedigrees and they're getting price tagged on them like they some type of champion or grand champion. Yeah, y'all paying way too much money for everything because y'all don't have the quality for that kind of money. Y'all paying our prices when we had quality dogs. Y'all don't have the quantity to have those quality dogs. Don't let them fool you. That's why you notice all of them out there that's selling dogs. You hear this a lot. I don't breed my dogs for any kind of illegal purposes anyway. That's why, you know, you don't have to have no title on no dog. You know, dog fighting illegal now. And they're right. And can't not what they saying. But that's what they need to be saying on the internet. They need to be saying that on the internet while they're trying to sell y'all dogs or want y'all to buy they dogs. They have top quality dogs. They ain't tested, they ain't checked, but they don't gotta be. You gotta take my word for it. I got a brand, and they're right. But the problem is, and this is coming from the old school, telling y'all right now, there's not enough quantity for y'all to have quality to be paying quality prices for these dogs. Not if you're not trying to be out here on the internet. If you ain't out here trying to be on the internet, you shouldn't be spending a whole bunch of money on none of this shit. If you're trying to be out here on the internet, then you need to spend that kind of money because the game is set up for you to go out here and do that. Because you're going to spend a bunch of money. You ain't going to take no chances on losing your money. Yeah, that man spent $80,000 for Gator, but what did he get out of Gator once he got him? What did you hear of Gator after he got him? That kind of money. Because he had that kind of money just to say, I got this dog. Give me 80 G's, I'm putting it on me a damn something more than a dog. Not just because I got champion Gator from James Crenshaw. 80,000? He must have been a millionaire then. If he paid 80,000 for Gator, and I'm telling you, I done seen some hefty prices, 30,000 for Noriega. That's a lot. Just to fuck him up. You know, they had that kind of money. They could do that, and it wasn't like nothing. You know, shit, they could go out there and be putting $100,000 on a match and lose it and be like, you know, me, I'm feeling sick as hell. Don't give me a bucket on the way out the dope. Okay? Because when you gotta remember, I'm putting up 100K, he putting up 100K. That means he believed that he can whoop me. Now, just so happened, I'm sitting with Queen, and you betting 100 G's against Queen. Then I gotta shake your hand, even when you lose. Because at least you had the money in the balls to go into Queen thinking for 100 G's that you could get her. And that's what I'm talking about. Now, keep in mind, y'all ain't doing that no more. Y'all know it. Y'all know it. Y'all hear these stories, but where is the quantity to get the quality? You got a few of these good ones that ain't really been tested because every time you find a real good one, you got your hopes high on, he run into a better one and he lose. Or you got to look into the background of one that is a worthy one, and there's not much of a background. You're still trying to scratch your head and say, damn, I wish I knew who some of these people was. You know, so understanding the game and where it is right now, you know, the quantity has hurt the quality. A lot of great lines, a lot of these great kennels, the New Jack Air, you know, yes, there was when the dope game went down, the dogs suffered because a lot of these great kennels was paying hard because they were evidently drug dealers with dogs. And we lost a lot of dogs. And then you got the snitching and the unanimous phone calls happening because everybody wants to be relevant. You know, everybody wants to be somebody, ain't trying to do nothing with nobody, but they want to be relevant for everybody. Game is not meant for those type of people when your quantity has caused the quality to suffer. When the narrative now is who's got the prettiest papers. The narrative now is, hey, live by the disclaimer. Trust me, I always had good dogs. Everybody wants to brand their name. Brand them with no nothing, because you don't need nothing. There's nothing there to be passing out because there's no sanction to do any of that. So it really has, a champion really has no weight because anybody can be a champion. So the quantity has affected the quality. And like they said, the freaks come out at night. Well, that's the stages of the game right now. We're in the freak stage at night. Because a lot more freaks come out at night than it is the real deals. There's too many paper pushers. There's too many fairy tales. It's too easy to become a champion. It's too easy to watch a grand champion disappear when a real champion starts sniffing around, you know, the back door and shit. Well, he's too old now, and you know, but can I meet anybody that you did anything with? Don't call your brother or your cousin. You know, did he travel? I mean, y'all got to damn near do an application if I was trying to breed anybody to claim they was a champion. Because under a sanctioned body, there is none. And the only thing y'all got to count on is a couple, you know, fairy tale stories and pairs online. You know, and then when you get to know them, are you dealing with another, you know, guy who claims he is just as good as the twin? And you look at his yard and they all look nice and clean and healthy, but I can't even find a champion on the yard because ain't none of these motherfuckers got scars. He sound like twin. He did. That man knew his shit. But goddamn, boy, I went in the backyard, man. I was like, ain't no way in the hell. I didn't even know which one of them dogs was the champion. What did know, man? Those scars on. Nothing. They become my no champion or grand champion, something. Because there's a lot of that. There's a lot of guys who know the game probably just as good as me, if not better. But have they ever had the on-hand experience? Do you really know what it feels like to make a champion? Do you really know what it feels like to breed and produce a champion? Do you know what it feels like? Has it been in your hands? See, it's been in my hands. And I always wanted to be in my hands. That's why I wasn't dumb about the shit. I wanted to be like them. I don't care. Call me a biter. I'm a biter. Damn right I'm a biter. Because I knew one thing. I knew what it took to win. I know how they was winning. I knew what it took for me to win like them. Shit. It worked. Now, while we dealing with that same old shit today, heck no. We lost that shit back in 2003 when I told you Word Kennels got busted and continued to move on with the journal. It became a political bunch of bullshit. The journal actually died to me in 2003. Yeah, I got out in 2008. I mean, actually got out in 2004 and got busted in 2008. Had dogs again. And I'm telling you, we was in a bad situation. We were really trying to find another way, keep the thing together, because soon as my man got locked down, you know, then everything, what else? You know, was no carry on. They was trying to carry on, you know. We didn't see no 1,976, no nothing. I can guarantee you in a year, no, I don't even believe we hitting 500. Now what? Anybody doubting that? I ain't, 500 is a lot. 500 is a lot. And to be able to sit there and say, you know, in a year's time, you know, the game has that many reports, then I would say y'all have the quantity to have the quality. Because in those type of numbers, there was great dogs, a lot of champions, a lot of grand champions going into each other. They weren't even safe from the first time out and the one-time winners. Wasn't nobody safe. That's when it was at its best. You know, there was a lot of relevant kennels. These names you don't hear anymore. They gave it up. It was not worth the trouble anymore. What trouble? Well, the trouble that comes with the shit, you know? It's one thing when don't nobody want to stand up straight. But no, dope and dogs just don't work together no more. You know, and it's bad to have to go to a show knowing, you know, the guy you're going into is probably, you know, with no point intended, a drug dealer that may have a case. And if you don't have a case, he might have an ongoing case and he don't even know about it. But the problem is it brings attention. So when they snooping around on him, they might catch us up in the net. And that's was another thing that happened. A lot of guys went out there and started telling on people, man, that, you know, and to get out their case, they had nothing. Why would you go tell on him? That man ain't did shit to you. You just throwing names now. I mean, just tell them what they know. I mean, it got like that. That's why we in the situation, in the predicament we are in now. You know, I was able to save mine. Wasn't able to save my dogs. I was able to save my life because they couldn't get me them in 20 years. I wasn't able to save my dogs. You know, and that's like a whole lineage of a line of dogs that was gone. You know how many other kennels suffered that? A lot of those great old kennels that you see that used to be there, they ain't there, but you can still hear about them being around because they're just getting out of prison. You know? Those dogs are not around no more. And what we're looking at now are just remnants of the past. You know, we peaked at the plateau, and no, you're not at that peak. You're not at that peak. You're down here, guys. We're almost down there to the point until it gets back down to the basement and everybody can move back where it's supposed to be, in a quiet place where the world don't have to be hearing about all that or seeing all that or watching it happen on TV all the time because of the, you know, the people who really don't need to be having them is making it rough on the ones who need to have them. There's a lot of guys out there that's, you know, that I go, you know, salute to, who probably sitting back and don't have nothing to say on this shit, but they want to hear a real dog man. You know, to get the taste of what it feels like to hear one speak without having to worry about, you know, this fake ass shit that they constantly probably getting bombarded with, and trying to figure out this thing as they try to weigh themselves through this shit, you know, to be able to catch a legendary move that might come into your behalf to be you. No, I wasn't looking for it. I told you I bumped back into the shit, and when I opened up my mouth and started talking, I realized something. That I was my mentor's achievement. My mentors achieved greatness when they produced me. Because I feel like that they were no different than me because they're injected all over me. You know? I mean, y'all be tripping when we hear Bob Finley or Don Mayfield in these old videos and all that shit, man. I wish I could get out this chair and go find some of my old friends. I'll show you some videos of the highlights. I'm talking about the fast lane when it was at its hottest. You know? There's good shows and there's great dog men and there was a lot of great stories. You know, and we beyond those old guys. We beyond James Crenshaw. We beyond all those. There's new names, man. A lot of these great dogs coming out of their yard. You know, they might have came off their old guys' lines, but them hunters, they the new. And they're like, you know, the Highlander. There ain't but so many of them. Everybody trying to be the one. The numbers are so low, you can't. You hear about a few trickles and dickles there, but you hear about those on the internet, and those are not worth listening to or believing in, because if it was me, I would be mad. If I did something, I bet I hear my shit being spoke on. Period. Not in a damn group room, chat room, none of that shit. I'm tired and I ain't doing that, and ain't nobody's business unless you in the business. If you're in the business, you don't need to go on Facebook and tell nobody else. Be glad that you know. See, that's the problem now. We got too many to think that you give them a little noise, they make too much noise because they want everybody to look at them like they somebody. You know, so you got them kind hanging around. It ain't putting in the grit or the blood or the headaches. You know, you need to put them in a proper place because you don't need no mouthpiece. You don't need no mouthpieces. See, mouthpieces don't mind running their mouth, whether it be on the internet or on the telephone or over to a friend that they don't even fucking know. You know what I'm saying? They just say things just so they can feel like, that's my boy, yeah, that made my boy, yeah, you got champion Jesse. You got champion Jesse. That's my dude, that's my dude. I'll take you right over there right now. Next thing you know, he's telling you how to feed a dog and, you know, I do a little bit of this. I tell him what to do. Yeah, I do. And you hear, next thing you know, he be sitting on a podcast lying. Just as many as we got out there trying to move dogs, just as many podcasts we got, everybody trying to be dog men. You know, and it wouldn't be so bad, but y'all trying to do it, you know, I'm part of the past, so I can boldly speak and speak clearly. I just can't understand what's the purpose if you ain't trying to speak of the past. Because you sure as hell can't do nothing else. You sure can't talk about no future. You can't even talk about no now. What is it talking about now outside the fact that, hey, you don't got to fight. You can do treadmill and you can hit the wall. You know, you don't have to have no champions no more. You know, champions don't exist no more. Champions, there's no journal. There ain't nobody putting out nothing to making you no champion. You know what I'm saying? So anybody can be a champion. This is the mentality. This is the mindset that y'all are dealing with now. And you dare say y'all have better dogs than we did? Y'all don't even have the quantity of dogs to be making that statement. You have more guys out here that's dog men, literally. And we got to give them what they are. They're internet dog men. They're internet dog men. They're not pit bull dog men. They're internet dog men. You go to these chat rooms, you see a lot of good conversation. But ask that one question. Ask that one question. And, you know, not trying to be funny, but you got any champions or ever had any champions or grand champions, anything like that? Did you ever produce anything? Give me some names. Now I'm disrespecting you by asking you that. You see what I'm saying? All of a sudden now the Call of Duty defenses has went up. Like Transformer. Oh, you took that person, huh? Because if I'm going to listen to you, I want to make sure I'm listening to somebody worthy of listening to. And maybe y'all ain't asking that enough. That's why there's so much of going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? How can you put a man down? Whether he got something, don't you think before, you know, you want to entertain me with your bashing of another man, that you need to be putting something on the table so I can see what you got before you start bashing somebody else? Let me make sure you worthy even speaking on that other person, because you haven't proved to me you have that kind of pull. You know, let alone the mentality. And that goes for people in the chat room. Be careful. I told y'all the worst thing can happen in this room with me is me calling you out. And I want answers. You can't give those answers, then guess what? You're going to have a real problem, especially when you lose the respect from me. I'm not here to disrespect nobody, but I'm going to make sure that you try to disrespect somebody in this room, you'll definitely catch the going hard scratch. You'll definitely get to scratch the win. And believe me, you do not want to get into no scratching contest. Because I can make it nice and simple. You know my pedigree. What's yours? We all are listening. You want us to hear you and your shit? Give us a reason why. What are you? Who are you? Don't get mad when I get on your asses about trying to sell shit. Get mad. Get mad. Why you want to get mad? Because it's the truth. Again, let me ask that question. Before we get into a back and forth thing about what I do with this channel. Who are you? I hear you selling shit, but what are you selling? What do you have to even try to, you know, change the narrative of this show to benefit you? Don't just say it to me in private. Tell it to everybody in the room, because it's an everybody thing. See, that's when you're talking about, twin, keep the show where you got it, because that's where it's needed. And I'm not going to lose focus. You know, the more that I read the chat room and I get good shit, but then I'm starting to know that there's only certain type of people that's in the room, and I'm starting to wonder with the moderators, it's not walking the border or the line. But when somebody starts acting like that in the room, can y'all check their credentials? Before y'all get into a back and forth thing, everybody should be chin checked in this room. Before we let somebody go flying out the handle, let's make sure that he's worthy enough to even speak in this room full of sharks. You understand what I'm saying? And that goes for a lot of you damn sharks too. In a school of sharks, you know, in a school, it's a family. That's a school. We run in a pack. And believe me, in that pack there is, you know, when we run, there is a formation there. You know, we got the tough guys swinging on the outside. That covers the middle shit, you know. We keep the middle packed in a little tighter to protect y'all, because y'all don't know as much as what we doing on the outside, because we gonna swing them in and bring them all in. So when we bring that crowd of fish in for eating, we're gonna bring them in, and we're gonna push them right down into the middle of y'all. Gonna be a whole bunch of y'all in the middle, feeding off what we giving you, feeding off what we teaching, feeding off what we guiding to you to feed off of. What breaks all that up is when you got a bunch of these out here swimming, they're not the experts anymore. They just driving to school because all the veterans are gone. So now you got a school of fish that's always picking and speckling because y'all have no true leaders. No true direction. Can't bring nothing down the middle because it ain't even being formed to set up a move such as that to bring it down the middle so everybody can eat. It's not no continuity in that no more, because the quantity is not there that can give you the competition of the quality that's necessary to preserve this thing. Only the real will be able to preserve. All the rest of this shit's gonna die out, because when it comes down to most of this shit, having to show it through colors, if it falls down into that category where it has to show up, it will fail. Why? Because it was never calculated to the formula anyway. And it's not, unless you're preserving the factual proof that the hunter matters always. Breeders, we need you, but without the hunters, we don't. Without the hunters, breeders, y'all can just sell dogs. To the point that y'all don't even need the hunter. To the point that y'all actually telling everybody, you know, I got a brand. I didn't have good dogs. I didn't sold good dogs. I didn't did this, and I didn't have that. And people going on with that. No argument, because you can't argue back and say, well, what you got? You know, well, I ain't got shit. I'm just looking for you to show me something. So what you got? What you did? What is your brand? How is your brand? You know what I'm saying? If I'm trying to do business with you, I'm going to ask those questions. If you want to get offended, then there's nothing to be, you know, for us to be talking about if you can't handle the pressure. Because when it comes to my money, I'm bringing pressure. And if you get too ahead of yourself, being I'm trying to be nice, you know, I hope I got something sitting in the back when you start being able to walk in there like a lawnmower and clean up all that shit. Because if it's really that good, step up. You know, ain't got to argue with me. You know how we do shit. If you want it down, you already know where I'm standing at right now. Looking for a weight. Which one you want to do? You see what I'm saying? That's how I get. We don't have to go, well, show me what you got. Show me what you got. No, we don't. I mean, that's the you know, like I said, when you short on quantity, then you have them kind of spats because there's no quality. And most of the time, all that shit talking is based on no quality. You don't got shit anyway. Best thing you can do is learn how to talk about it, right? Come on, guys. You know where we're at right now. Everybody's telling you the game's in disarray. So many of you guys out there, oh no, it's not. I guarantee you got some damn dogs on the yard. You ready to flash some papers up there and try to show everybody, I got a brain like this. And come on. And the guys out there that's really got it and enjoy coming up on these shows, you know, they know the damn twin that, you know, you got to get your real good feed of the old school shit and really know what it felt like to know that somebody appreciate you, even if you never did make it to that landing, that you ran into enough great dog men to know what the great dogs look like, and if you lost to them. It should be a privilege to be able to go into some great dog men and some good dog men, whatever you want to call it. And if you didn't win, at least you was there. You've been in there, and with most of them guys, you look around in the room, ain't too many of them motherfuckers can say that. That's the problem, and that's the advantage that a lot of you guys should have over a lot of these wannabes and nobodies. Or some things it could be when it's never going to be. Right? Save your line. I'm ready, Mike. What time is it now, man? Did I do good tonight? Question of the night. Mike check. What's up, fellas? All right, fellas, y'all know the poll of the night. 90's, the New Jack era. American Pitbull Terrier competition was at its all-time high. Was this the era that started the end? We had 56% for yes, 32% for no, and 12% wasn't old enough. Okay, fellas, we discussed this tonight. You know, notice we didn't put up one pedigree. We didn't do none of that. We was talking about that era. First of all, I want to give my shout outs to everybody who showed up and participated in the poll. Let me see how many that was. That was 219 votes in the poll. So, you know, that's pretty good to get a good idea of what was going on. And that 56, it's that 56%, it basically represents what we was talking about, you know, because again, that was the era that everything was at its all-time high. And you know, if you lived in the life of back then, everything that was going on, it changed. The laws changed. Everything pertaining to life changed in the 90s. Y'all just think about it. The 90s changed a lot of things in our lives as far as the law. You know? So you gotta weigh the facts. See, this is not nothing that's made up. I know I see the 32% where I'm trying to understand for 32%, you know, to say no, I'm kind of trying to figure out why they would say that, simply because it's evident that the 2000 was nothing like the 90s. Notice they were just, Popo was in full gear by 2003. Look at all the boys that caught cases. I mean, Omega Red, you know, a lot of the 357 stuff, and you know, in early 2000, I had to give it to them. They was, you know, it was just coming off I mean, it's changed. I said 2003 is when it all started falling. You know, that's about it. Yeah, yeah. Remember, all the head knocking was going in at the beginning of 2000. Went out of 99. Sure 2000, shit, everybody was like nuts. You know, so you kind of look back on all that, and then
They was going. Everybody was getting busted.
right. I mean, we keep saying dogs and dope didn't go together. Well, in the 90s, I wish somebody had been telling them that then. Because never asked a man what he did for a living or where he come up with his money, because it wasn't none of my business. And never made it, try to make it, part of my business, because, they wanted to know what we was doing. They would always just come see us. Show up at the shop, show up at the house. You know what I mean? What's up, twin? Hey, what up? Yeah, I'm over at the store. Oh, okay. Or I'm finna throw a concert somewhere. Hey, man, I'm finna have a so-and-so in town. You bring the family down to the VIP. That's just business. Business people hang out like that. So you never really kind of knew what other people was doing, but it was none of my business, so it didn't really matter. What I was doing was none of their business, so it never really mattered. So when you start letting that other business be the reason that your dogs got messed up, there's a flaw in your business. You got caught up and you out here telling on people based on the way you was taking care of your business. You ain't, what nothing to tell on me, but I can't look at you the same way as the way you handled your business and the way you handled your business. You want to bring everybody else's business into something you did wrong. A lot of that we didn't see in the 90s, but we started getting a reflex of it back in, in the 2000s, where, a dope case would get a dog man turned, told on, and it wasn't even his dope case. So, yeah, I think what was happening in the 90s, to me, helped create everything moving forward, because look how bad it is now. Not only is it a felony, but now they're trying to tie the dog fighting into it RICO cases. How about that? That's when you at the pinnacle of how bad can it get? Yeah, it's done got that bad. Where did it start at? But if you go back and start in the 90s and work your way forward, we can tell you why. Because the 90s, it was totally off the chain. Everything was. A lot of people took advantage of it, but again, a lot of great dogs that came up out of there. A lot of good breeding was coming out of there. A lot of quality dogs. But the thing is, we're always talking about the Mayfields and the Tants and the Crenshaws. But ain't nobody talking about the boys in the 90s who really created all the monsters, of that time period. We done ran through a couple names, but we never pulled up their pedigrees, because we've put up enough of their pedigrees over the year that me and him have been sitting here doing these shows. If you just take a look at the pedigrees and the dogs in the pedigree, you very rarely ever see Crenshaw, Tant, or Boyle or Bolio as far as them the ones who's moving the dogs. It's always Kennels who had the dogs, and the ones who did the breedings after they got these dogs from the Bulls and the Tants and the Crenshaws. Remember, it was them who carried the name forward through the 90s, kept the bloodline strong based on what they was doing. They was tested, sealed and tested against some of the best competition out there. Maybe what I can truly say, and I'm hoping you feel the same way, Mo, because of that, we kept quality dogs. I think the quality was good enough that I know we can still find going hard dogs out here in 2023. Yeah. In case you want to know, I got some over here with me. Let it be known, I keep a good house pet, keep a dog around. Try to hang on to the blood. Not whether what this could be able to do what it do. I don't know. Thing is, it's still around. Evidently, it's worthy of keeping around. Why I keep them. Have to say it's mine. So that's always the quality compared to the quantity. Because again, gotta love it.
because you take care of it. You got to feed it. You got to clean up behind it. You know, so if you're gonna love it for the right reason.
You better get a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah.
You need to get so you can pass them out to your friends and everybody else can get it.
Right.
Without quantity, you're not gonna have it. You're not gonna have it because the competition not. You know how good shit to put your shit to the test, because there will be a lot of losses like there will be a lot of wins.
And understand, fellas, back in the day, y'all seen the yard. Y'all seen the yard. There used to be 80 dogs on it. Trust me when I tell you, we had the yard to do it. We didn't have to go out the yard to check. Go looking around, didn't have to go far. Got the right shit on the yard.
By the time we got done putting the best to the best, the baddest motherfuckers, he was already beat them dogs out there.
Shit that was on the yard that was left, hard to beat. Put it to the test. However, why we didn't get as many grand champions, or because we had too many dogs, and we was moving. We didn't really stick to just no one shit. We were just dogs constantly. Just sit down on one dog and concentrated on that one dog. We out and see all the other dogs. We were trying to get everybody. Next. Next. So that was a different mind frame, fellas. That was the mind frame of the 90s. We didn't live in the city. Look at the yard. Probably would have been able to pull that off if we had stayed in the city. Moving to Florida, that was a whole new different ball game at the yard. Different mind frame about it. You know? So all we try to do is press how to keep the quality of the breed. You know? Not telling y'all how to make a breed to go sell puppy. Not telling y'all how to make a breed to be out here bragging on something that you really don't know because it's bred a certain type of way. All of a sudden, it's that shit. Because again, don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. I think somebody made a good comment about when we was talking about the dogs who were sold for $80,000, and they made a point to say that, hey, twin, you know, them dogs died a year after the new owners got them. $80,000 investment just gone. But then just to be able to say, you know, I guess when you got money like that, you can spend it the way you want, and just the fact that they had the dog, maybe that's all they wanted. Be able to see what it felt like to have a great dog on the yard. I seen Onyx, and he was an old dog. What?
Mm-hmm.
Grand champion Onyx.
He was old, but he wasn't that old. But
yeah,
he
was old.
Yeah. 23.
Right. Still looked good, but he was tired and everything. Looking good. I would love to have him on the yard, just to have him, not just to, you know, say I was gonna do something with him, but just to have a great dog like that running around. Who is that? Oh, that's Grand Onyx.
Breeding the hell out of it.
Been breeding it.
I got Grand Champion on the yard. He's there for bread. You know what I'm saying? I'm
that one off of him. That one over there.
T-shirts and that one front back, all on the sleeve. I'm trying to brand him up. I mean, what other purpose would I have bought a Grand Champion? I'm gonna brand him out.
That's the key.
You know, that's the key. Now I'm lucky as hell if I can produce
anything
like him, or get close to throwing a couple of dogs like Mayday. Don't sit in all them. You know, give me some growing hard dogs to play. That's what I was doing. You could say, twin, yeah, you did. You did. You definitely took advantage of the Stone City Mayday stuff, because a lot of those dogs that you did come up with was that combination. And you're right. You know, you throwing Eli in there with Psycho, but you're all right. I have no problem admitting to that. You're definitely right. But why not? You know, there was quantity and quality in those dogs. You deal with enough of them. You see enough of them hands they going through. You see all this evolution shit they going through. Now it's all a bunch of paper damn dogs, and there's a lot of quality out there. But the kind of quality it is the paper quality. No better than the paper is being printed.
I don't know what that is. Read between the lines.
Yeah, that's the best quality y'all getting out.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that I'm going to get quality based on the lack of quantity when I might be great over here and get smashed over there. I might be able to stop in 3 other places and after doing this right here and can't win nowhere but at home.
You don't know until you test.
The one thing about it for damn sure, give me credit because at least I am making the effort to be a part of that. Even if it costs me to lose. When I went into this, I believe I could lose, or I wouldn't have did it. So you got to get those people who on the other side of that, all that history. Got to get them the love because without them, there would not be none of this other shit. Whether they put up a good one or they didn't. One thing about it, they had the kahunas to make it happen. Without that making it happen, we wouldn't have nothing to talk about. You're right there. Thank y'all for coming, man. I really enjoyed y'all. Hope y'all understand what I'm saying. You know, it's all about the game, and let's keep it clear to that. You know, this is not made for the internet. A lot of points was made about, you know, we shouldn't be discussing things such as these things on the internet because it really shows no value or any reason to do it on the internet. You know what I mean?
But that's why we do it on the internet.
Right.
Because we are going to always tell you to live by the disclaimer. Don't fool yourselves. Stop spending the ridiculous money.
I mean, put them under the frying pan, man. If they ain't got a champion, man, and then you better be able to check that. You know, I just can't do it because it's too much out there y'all have to weed through. That's why so many old dog, man, are so worried about playing in the game now because the numbers.
It's not even worth it, actually.
Right. It's really not even worth getting the trouble that it brings. The
trouble that it brings and all the BS. You know, we're in a whole new era. And I'm just glad to sit back and say, you know, at our age, we had a chance to be in the era that when it was fun. But this ain't the era. And I know we get on this show and we go through pedigrees and we talk about how well dogs was bred. And we try to keep our eye on that part of the game because of the level of the quality of the dog. You know, we always felt that if you got the breed, all you got to do is find out which one you're going to keep, which one works. Only a real dog man should understand what that means. Understanding that, only person should know and would know is the person who got them. So never going to sit back here and knock a person what they do and how they do it. We ain't here for that. What we are going to do is talk about the quality, what you're doing and how you're doing. Quality is there. There's nothing need to talk about. Most of the times, the ones with the real shit, you're not going to see them out there talking about it. 90% of the time, how many of y'all going to have a good dog and sell it? Thank you.
Man, I made him a 4-time winner. Hey, y'all can come and give me 30 stacks and take it. I mean, now, shit, man, they go on pairs online and come up with a champion and try to get off 20, 30,000 off a dog. They probably got out of the pound. It's so messed up now. You got to really do some fact checking. How you gonna fact check without an information?
Nothing there, fellas. So don't even set your mind. Yeah, I mean, it's not even worth the argument.
Paying too much for your dogs.
I mean, it's not even worth the argument. Excellent.
Internet dog man on the internet selling his puppies on Facebook like a salesman, car lot.
Yeah.
You know, giving away shit. I mean, I give him credit for doing it and shit, man, but it just sounds crazy to think that, you know, true real dog man or whatever y'all want to call that is really falling for that. I mean, really, y'all paying top dollar for nothing.
Well, I know over 80% of this room has got to be in the older generation to clearly understand what the 90s was. I only seen 12% was too young. Like, damn, it leaves me 80-something 90% still to the good. Older people to understand and know what it means. Even the ones who says no. I mean, I would like to understand what those that know consisted of, considering, you know, they part of the real hunters, because I look at the 56% and looking at through the chat and some of the people who coming up with the names and some of their conversation, I'm pretty sure that they had a good idea. They was they was either part of the game and they was close to where the action was. And they kind of understood exactly what the hell I'm saying. I say yes, because they really know what that yes meant, and they kind of had their ears close to the ground on what was actually going on and what caused the craziness that we're dealing with now. The nose might be just a little bit further back from it, or wasn't really deep into it, really understand what was actually going on. Started changing. That's how I kind of weigh both, and it does help us because we want to know who our audience is. You know? So I appreciate everybody who participated. You know, I'm at the time of the show now as we get ready to close this down. Hopefully it was a learning experience. But if you like what you're seeing on the show, as always, you know how we do this. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Hold on, I'm going to go back to it. Let me get away from the mic right quick so I can get the right way. All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Show some love. Everybody who like content on the show, thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, 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 roses, roses, I need them damn roses. Show them out, fellas. Yes. Showtime.
What's up, y'all? Thank y'all for coming out, man. I hope I hit some pointers in there, man. You know, it's always nice to be able to walk around that gray line, man, and without stepping in the red. And hope you're putting enough seeds where they might have to start cutting the grass along that line. You know what I mean? You know, in the meanwhile, if you know the truth, be the truth. That's the key. That's what's that?
Integrity, truth.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, man. You the one, this is your show, man. You know.
All right, fellas, you know what I mean? One of the things we said in the very beginning of this, and I don't want everybody to ever lose track, because we're not going to never change up how we do shit and how we're going to believe about it. Remember, we always talk about the truth, the honor, the loyalty for the fraternity. You know, it's nothing wrong with being truthful, man. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong to keeping integrity. Don't let the game make you. You make the game. All them things that we stand on, we take along with us. And we want y'all to keep this game and this fraternity tight based on those things right there. So as we keep moving forward, y'all keep doing what y'all doing, but stay true to the game. Here we go. Now we're going to do this. Yeah. Hey, appreciate everybody who came out with the super chats. Appreciate everybody who came in with the super chats. Appreciate the love. Look here, fellas, as we move forward. You know, we're trying to get these this merchandising situation together so every little bit should help. You know, I don't generally be asking for no donations and everything, but you know, coming up, you know, it's called a 99-cent super chat. I think they have them. I see some of the guys do the $1.99. I ain't seen a 99-cent one in a while, so I don't know if they ever changed it. But you know, these little things like that, you know what I'm saying, basically help do the things we're fixing to do, even though I'm fixing to tell y'all merchandising is here. We're just trying to figure out the best way to get it out to you guys. You know, considering based on what we got in it, we're trying to make sure that we can get what we get in it at least back, and then help move this thing along, because again, we put a lot of time in it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to put it out on no market that's going to be cutting into it, because we're going to try to get our best price to make sure everybody get it. You know, every time the more hands in the pot, the more you gotta charge to your customer. See, I ain't trying to be one of them kind of people. You know what I'm saying? The more hands I can keep out of the pot, the better price I can give y'all, so y'all can have a nice piece of merchandise and really enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? And actually have something you're gonna be able to appreciate, because it's gonna be worth being appreciated, because it ain't something that I'm pretty sure what we're finna offer here is not something that you can go get from anywhere else. I believe that. And I guarantee you, once it get out there, you're gonna see a whole lot of people trying to copy it. That's why I need a Shark Tank. And I'm branding the Shark Tank. All this is gonna be built around the Shark Tank. I want everybody who's gonna copy it realize it came from one place to one place only. You can duplicate it, but you can't be it. You know what I'm saying? Because this is where it started at, and it's gonna be coming from right here on Going Hard Reloaded Talk Show, aka Shark Tank in motion, baby. So y'all keep remembering, help the channel. These donations help for what we trying to do. And I always told you, everything that we do, we're gonna show you exactly how it was being done, because everything that y'all give us, we put back into what we're doing. And because of that effort that we have put into this for the past year, y'all fixing to see what we've been doing. And when y'all see that, I want y'all to show y'all appreciation, buy the merchandise, start paying some dues around here, because when you're paying dues like that, that means there's much more involved. And the much more y'all get involved, the much faster we're gonna be getting out these chairs, doing pop-ups in your city, doing this thing, turning the music up, bringing the live action to there, and representing these bulldogs like we do. Because we always, we always scratch the wind. Y'all remember that? Y'all keep showing that love. Y'all gotta keep believing. I believe in y'all. Y'all just gotta keep believing in me, man. Keep believing in us. Come on, fam. Keep doing it, because we gonna get it done. It's gonna get done. Believe that. Hey, y'all. What's the dog of the night, man? I need y'all to tell me who this dog is right here. This is the dog of the night, y'all. Tell me, who is that dog? Who is that dog? Somebody tell me. Tell me the first person to say Mayday, I'm gonna laugh at him. Right now. Dog of the day, right there, baby. Dog of the night. Who is that dog? Come on. Yeah, that was my man Richie Rich came back with that. Pig Dog, I knew you were gonna come up with it with the Richie Rich. But my man James Jones hit the first fam. Grand Champion Richard, aka my boy. Another champion beater. Another formula. Appreciate the love, fellas. Appreciate the love. That's what I'll be talking about. When you show up, don't forget to show out. Boogeyman time. Time for the boogeyman. Come on. Y'all them champions made champions, man. Yes, sir, man. He wasn't a great producer. I didn't think, considering the way he was bred, he sure wasn't the greatest producer. He produced some good dogs, but he didn't produce better than Coachy. Shout out to my man, BB. Funk shots in the house. What's up, BB? What's up, baby? Super 5, pit dog, all y'all Marines. Shout out to all my fellow Marine brothers out there, all my service members in the house. All my service members in the house, you know we love you too, baby. Thank you for your service. Come on. We warriors. Warriors. Come out to play. Warriors, come out to play. Yeah. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? What it? What it? What it? Some of y'all don't know nothing about that, but I know 56% of people out there themselves don't know. Warriors. Warriors. Come out to play. Yeah, they calling them out. Calling them out. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? They looking for y'all. They looking for y'all. They been scratching their ass for quite a while. Ain't nobody came on that corner yet. My man Rex City in the house. What's up, fam? I know you still here rocking it, baby. Grand Champion Richard. There's a formula. Y'all seen what a good bread dog look like? There you go again. There it is. Imagine seeing one of them on your yard. Ain't mad. Nigga mad. I'm going back to my mailing and shit. Somebody throw that disclaimer up there for all my newcomers there. Somebody throw that disclaimer up there before we close out tonight. Let them know we live by the disclaimer. Come on. Yeah, yeah. You know, I'm always getting loud and everything when I go by that motherfucker. So I know that. Appreciate the love in you, G.R.CH. That means a lot coming from you, fam. Say, good work, fellas. That means a lot coming from you, Windmill. Appreciate that, fam. I know I'm mad. A couple of you guys mad out there. All y'all breathe. You know, I put a little warning tag on there. don't forget to hit that like button on your way out for the new video coming in. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already subscribed. Hit that subscribe button. Appreciate it.
Champion leader.
That's right, y'all. Y'all looking at a grand champion right there.
No comments, nobody saying nothing tonight. Okay, I can say they usually do
Again, appreciate everybody coming out for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Appreciate everybody coming out showing the love on a Tuesday night. We know this is a weekday too. Man, that's what you call bulldogging. Keep bulldogging. If you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. If you haven't hit that like button, don't forget to hit that like button for all the new viewers when you come into the house and you happen to check out the video. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you have anything you want to say, don't forget to leave a comment. We're always checking our comments and we will try to respond to every comment we put out there. Anything you want to help, have us talk about, you have a question, put it in the comment. We will address it come the next show. Again, appreciate the love. At the bottom of the show, you'll notice down it's a ticket that runs down through to have our Cash App information on it. All you got to do, in case you want to donate, believe me, regardless of what it is, be 99 cents. Does not matter. It's always going to be appreciated. Don't forget, Cash App information runs across the ticker in the bottom during the video. So, until Friday, y'all know how we do this. My Hot Mic Friday. Y'all stay safe the rest of the week. Keep doing what y'all doing. And don't forget to take care of that dog. Take care of them dogs. That's all I'm going to keep telling you. Appreciate the love. See you fellas in the parking lot. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. We'll see you in the parking lot. That's a real bulldog right there, Mo. Bulldog. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah. want to give a special shout out to all the Bulldog channels out there. PDK, Pelican Bay, my man. Appreciate your love, fam. 7-8 Sports in the panel with the general. Appreciate your love, fam. Triple J, keep doing what you're doing. Thompson, Kennels, I see you, fam. Keep doing what you're doing. Arrowhead, Kennels. Puppy's looking good, baby. And if I miss your name, all the other channels out there, I hope y'all understand. I appreciate you too. Keep doing what you're doing, fam. Let's do the show. Dropping in when you saying certain shit on top of some music shit. I hear you, Has, my man. Hands up, I've been hearing you, fam. Gotta get myself back in that groove, that's what it is. But I'm working on it, fam, I'm working on it. Trying to get this merchandise thing out the way and then see how that do, and then we gonna move forward. Appreciate that, man. Any help you wanna find, you wanna get in there and help, you know what I mean? I don't have no problem designating certain things, fam, if you don't mind doing them. Alright, so this is about that time, you know, this is not the weekday, this is a weekday. I still got 40 people in the chat, I don't know, all I'm gonna say is, man, this ain't the weekend, cuz. Parking lot time has come to that end. Appreciate everybody showing up, hanging out. Had to go grab me something to eat right quick. Usually I be shutting it down at 1 o'clock, but guess what? It don't matter. As long as y'all hanging out and doing what y'all doing, appreciate the love. Don't forget to hit that like button. For my new viewers, don't forget to hit that subscribe. And as usual, let me do this rock out with you right quick as we set it down. I'm gonna rock out with you one more time before we do this. Take the love, fellas. Take the love. Out. Guys. Tuesday. No. Friday for Hot Mic Friday. Till then, everybody stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your week. I'm out. Peace.